Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live on this Monday morning. Joining me in studio is our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Shai. And of course, joining us remotely in the great weather area of Charleston, South Carolina. I almost said North Carolina. That's a no good. Our senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Dali. Good morning, Shai. It is a glorious day on the island and a great day to trade futures.
Yeah. Oh boy, he sets us up for such a nice positive morning. And good morning, chat. Hopefully everyone's doing very well after the weekend. First day of the month. So there's that. We're coming through rollover. Last week we had currencies and bonds roll. And the coming week, we're going to start that roll in equity indexes. Never my favorite time, not the easiest. And really, I think it sets us up for the kind of tape that I'm surprised we haven't had a little bit sooner, but it's a consolidation, right? We had this big wave lower. We talked about this with Danielle last week. And then you had the second tape that came in, and it was a big wave higher. And now I think we're in consolidation. I'll talk more about that throughout the morning, just because I think that the markets have had a lot of news come through. It's absorbed a lot of it, right? We're getting into rollover, coming out of rollover in some markets. But ultimately, I think everyone's so easily to turn bearish stocks because everyone's looking for a kind of a repeat what we had earlier in the year. But so much has changed. I just don't see it. I mean, obviously headlines can change that, but God forbid we have a time consolidation, or a little mean reversion tape, and what better time than rollover?
Absolutely.
And so anything going on this weekend to drive the action?
So we had quite the bit of news on tariffs, and of course OPEC had their meeting. They did decide to increase production again, 411,000. Now, there was a headline out every day last week basically telling you that this was going to happen. You had the head of energy at Kazakhstan literally came out on Thursday and said, this is what we're doing. And then there was a headline on Friday that said maybe it'll be over 411K. Either way, everybody freaked out. Oil was down pretty much all of the week on all of the headlines. And voila, they did increase production, 411,000 for July. And market opened up 2% and now is up over 4%. So I think it's kind of, we should watch a market that stops going down on kind of bad news. I'm not saying this market is wildly bullish at this point, but I think it is notable if you are trading crude right now. We also have nat gas up 6%. A lot of that has to do with Ukraine and Russia. As you know, Ukraine attacked Russia this weekend. There are fears of retaliatory issues, and there is a pipeline through Ukraine from Russia that delivers gas to Europe. So that is a concern. That said, there are headlines this morning that are saying that regardless of what happened this weekend, Russia and Ukraine are still scheduled to speak about a peace deal today. So regardless, we got nat gas up on that. We've got, crude not going down on another OPEC increase. So both of those pretty notable for the energy sector. Of course, as you know, on Friday, I think, the taco, some reporter let Trump know about taco, and a day and a half later, he upped he said China was not, it was violating the trade deal, and he wanted to up tariffs on China. Again, the markets didn't really react that much on Friday. Does look like a little bit of a pullback. He also, at the same time, upped the steel and aluminum tariffs from 25% to 50% globally. And so, of course, this morning, China came back and accused the U.S. of violating the trade deal. And Beijing accused the U.S. of unilaterally introducing new discriminatory discriminatory restrictions. So they're not very happy, and they're not happy about the new AI chip export controls, of course. And of course, Europe also came back and warned that be prepared for the EU to impose countermeasures due to the 50% steel tariffs. So we got that going on. So I think that, right, more tariff talk. So I do think that is kind of putting a little bit of pressure across the index markets this morning.
Yeah, and the market's taking it in stride. This morning what I'm eyeing is platinum. I mean, it's weak against the other metals, but it was strong against them the other day. I still think metals are in a consolidation as well. I mean, I think everything kind of is right now. I wouldn't be chasing any rallies. I wouldn't be chasing any breaks in anything. That's just what I see right now. Nothing is, very much looking at a dominant trend. The metals, although, still have the support of fundamentals behind them, and technically they're the market that's still been the most dominant to one direction this year. They've stayed bid. Gold, you could see, is up again, but again, it's like gold up. It's up almost 2%. You got copper up 4.5%.
Copper also up. Interesting. Well, technically speaking, for platinum, and I'll go into this later with Jim on hot commodities. But I'm looking for a retest of the breakout for an area to go.
Yeah, I'm looking at 1030 as an area to pick them up. I'm going to be looking at that this morning. But Jimmy, to you, energy has taken really the spotlight this morning. Natural gas up 7%. I didn't even write about it in my note because the thing just moves so much. It's up or down 3 to 5%. I mean, it's just like nothing. Obviously crude oil with the news behind it, maybe it starts to get some steam higher. We'll see. But energy seems to be the talk this morning, and a little bit of metals. Well, really, a little bit of metals is copper up 4.5% and gold up 2%. The rest of the tape kind of flat. What do you see coming into the first day of the month, Jimmy?
Well, I'm looking at the U.S. dollar looks a little bit weaker across the board, just pretty much against every currency pair that I'm tracking in the futures market right now, and it's going to be the same in the cash. And so that's something interesting to me. I'm going to keep my eye on those currencies to see how that could drive pricing and other things that are priced in U.S. dollars. If you take a look at gold as an example, and you expect that inverse relationship, well, we're getting that this morning with a bid in gold. We're still, as Tracy said, in this kind of zone, but my eyes on that relationship right now, and then I'll extend that down to the Treasury market. The Treasury market have settled down. We've settled down a little bit in the Treasury market after late last week. The bonds are down about 12 ticks, 30 seconds, which isn't a huge amount, but we're back in that 112 handle. So it's almost like it's anticipatory. Some of this stuff is just kind of waiting for a breakout or a breakdown in those markets. But right now, U.S. dollar's on my mind.
Yeah, dollar down against everything except Bitcoin. Do we count that?
So we don't know. The credit default swap, right? That's what the analyst said. I'm going with it. I like it.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with what Jimmy's looking at. I think it's you got to keep an eye on what the dollar is doing and everything else. But, getting back to data and anything in particular this week. So because we are into a new month, typically not a lot of data on the first day of the month. Is there anything coming out today that's scheduled?
Yeah, so for today, we do have we have S&P Global Manufacturing PMI at 9:45. At 10, we have ISM Manufacturing PMI and construction spending. Neither of those are big market movers. Nonetheless, it is important economic data. And then we do have at 1 p.m., we have FOMC Powell speak. So beware of that. We will not be on air at the time, but he will be speaking at 1 p.m.
Yeah. To me, that's obviously the most important time of the day to be keeping an eye on, something that's scheduled. That's 1 p.m. today, Powell. Remember, 1 p.m. today, Powell. Mark it on your charts, everybody, because he could be market mover. I mean, you never know. But I think the Fed, again, I think we're in this consolidation right now across the board. I just, in my mind, when I sit back and I look at everything with a very open mind, no bias, I look at everything, I go across the board. everything just feels very much like we're going to be in a two-way tape. I look at the bonds. I was looking at ZB this morning, flat back into the moving averages. Gold, yeah, it's up a good amount today, but it keeps playing, ping pong between these levels. I still, when I look at it from a technical standpoint, it's still bullish, but nonetheless, I think we're continuing to see sideways action there. When I look at what's happening in oil, is probably the only one where I look at oil and say, yeah, could you get some legs and be a breakout here? The highest we've been in oil is 64.19. If it starts to push above there, you wonder kind of what that brings.
Yeah, I definitely think we'll get a short squeeze just because of positioning right now, right? There are a lot of shorts in this market. We're net short in the crude market as far as positioning is concerned, commitment of traders. So, it is possible if we get over those recent highs that we may get a little bit of a short squeeze as well. So.
Yeah. I mean, to me, that's where I think the action comes right now. Crude starts to push higher, like you said, because of those reasons. You've got fundamentals and potentially technicals at some point. But still, when I look at crude, it still looks relatively flat. Would not surprise me to see, a squeeze higher and then come right back into this range again, because it's just what it's done. I mean, right. I don't think I try to lay the landscape for everybody what I see in general. And it's like, again, I go back to what's happening in equities. It's easy for people to get bearish because we have this recency bias, right, of what the market did earlier in the year, and then we had this huge rally, and everyone's either looking for this huge break to kind of come after this huge rally to go back to what we had, or for this rally to continue to go to all-time highs. And I'm in between that. I look at it and go, I think we're about ready to see moving averages get bunched up. I think we're going to kind of grind sideways through rollover. I think that the bulls have everything that they want. They need to spend some time here now. I mean, let's not forget, we are the only thing that's really been cleared up is the fact that we're on pause. That's the only clarity that we have.
Yeah, we still do not have one trade deal with solid details. And so, market, they want to take a breather here until we actually get, we've got a little over a month before that 90-day window is done.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's why I expect a lot of sideways action. I think for short-term day traders, stay true to your process, stay in line with your short-term technicals. I don't think you're going to get a lot from the big picture. I know a lot of people like to go top-down. I see two-way tape. I think that this market for short-term day traders is a good market. I mean, you're going to have some volatility. I think it's going to be somewhat busy. I don't think it's going to be super busy. I mean, you never know with that. But overall, I think you could trade either side. I mean, you go back and look at Friday, end of the month. I was watching Friday, and I'm like, you had a down move, you had an up move at the close. The closes used to be great on end of the months. They are just nothing now. It is wild to me to know that that's what it's gotten to. It is what it is. I mean, maybe that trade comes back because I don't know anyone that knows me for a while. That was like my bread and butter for almost 15 plus years. In the last almost 5 to 10 years, it's done nothing. But anyway, Jimmy, volumes, what's it look like? I mean, the tape feels slow to me. I mean, is there anything sticking out at you? Again, I know you talked about your stuff that you're looking at, but is there some volume issues across the board? It feels like it to me. I don't check that, but I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, the volume has been pretty decent. I mean, even overnight anyway, in the Globex session, even the S&P has done about 150,000 almost, which is, for a Sunday, that's a little bit better than average. It's without news, behind it. So that's kind of decent, and just kind of that carries through everything, just going all the way across the board. I mean, the July crude oil is done almost 120,000 already. So it's a pretty good, there's some participation so far in the Globex session overnight.
Yeah, and energy, again, I think where I look at it is energy is probably where the action's going to remain, I think, in the short term. And I know we get so hyper-focused on indexes on this channel, but I think energy is where you're going to see the more volume and the potential for some really strong moves.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've been in consolidation for almost all of this year, basically. And so, about time we get some movement in this market.
And what I'll be curious with Shai is what happens if oil does start to push higher? What does that do to a lot of the data, the inflationary data, right? I mean, so
right.
Oil impacts everything.
Absolutely. And so it won't happen right away, but obviously higher energy prices is higher input prices for all businesses because that's their main input cost. So then that does raise inflation. But again, we wouldn't see that right away. It'll show up, later in months from now, but definitely something to keep an eye on.
Yep. And we've got the goddess of grain coming on today, Angie Setzer. Been on my podcast before. Great guest to have at the start of the month. We're going to talk some commodities with her. Quick background before we get to Jimmy's Edge Report.
So she's goddess of grain. She's been in the industry for endless. She used to work for an elevator firm, and now she has her own company where she advises farmers on, basically how to hedge their crops and other advice that they seek in the grain market. So she knows a lot about grains, and we don't really talk about grains that often. So I thought it would be exciting to have her on and talk about grains a little bit.
Yeah, we're getting to the roots of the business, no pun intended.
Right?
It's
where it has all started.
Let's not forget where we came from, everybody. All right, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy Cagnina.
All right, well, let's start with crude since we've been talking about it so much. 120,000 contracts traded so far. This is a daily candle chart, and you can see we're breaking out of to the upside. We have this long-term area of resistance that started around 61.41. We kind of just blew through it this morning, and we also crossed that 50 EMA as well. That's where we're trading right now. There's no wicks on the top. There's no wicks on the bottom of this candle, and I drew another line here, a PAX line, if you will. This is kind of a key level for me, 63.66. It's right at that 50% outside fib line right now. We'll see if we get a close above this. Perhaps we can get some more upside movement right now, but that's the next test for me. The other thing I'm looking at the bottom is this daily stochastics. It looks like it's poised to cross up. We're going to need another green day for that to happen, but it's on the move for sure. Intraday, we have some targets, mostly on the downside. If you can see, there's not a lot of targets on the upside because we haven't been, we've been sideways bound for a long period of time. R3 is all the way up here at 64.71, and then that call resistance level at $65 even. On the downside, though, there's a bunch of targets. R2 acted like a little bit of support after the London initial balance ended, and that was approximately 62.73. One day max has been, we tagged it 3 times for a double bottom here. Really great level, 62.22 for the bears. That's another target. And then Jacks 2 is at 62 even. We'll see right now. Nice orderly rally so far in crude. I want to go back to the stock index futures, though, and take a look at the micro NASDAQ. Kind of interesting daily chart here. We have this nice move up and then total sideways up action, but we're hitting this area of resistance. It's been pretty tough to get through. 21, we'll round it up to 21,550. That's where that started. Yeah, we wicked through it once, but that was it. Sellers brought us back down, and we're just trading around the 8 EMA, small body candle, small range candle. So this market's interesting because I think it's, as Tracy would say, it's coiling up. There's tension coiling up here. Something could happen. Intraday, we got some targets. For the bulls, we're just short of that pivot, that magical pivot, 21,290. We do have that 0 DTE gamma wall up here at 21,400. Previous session's highs. Next stop up, 214. I'm sorry, 21,433. And then Jacks 1 up at 21,500 on the downside. Never hit the S1. We had a pretty decent range, though, actually. I don't know how big the range was exactly, but during the London initial balance, but we're kind of, trading a little bit above it right now, but not a lot. One day min down here, that Mentor Q level, keep your eye on that, 21,109, and then we have a 0 DT put support right below that. Previous session's lows also in play at 21,071. Let's just cruise over to gold really quickly. Another great chart today. We do have a breakout to the upside in the process. Now, I have about a 7-8 day area resistance up here around 33.62. We're through that right now. There's no wicks on the top. There's no wicks on the bottom. Buyers are coming in pretty strong. Moving averages are all moving up. We're bouncing off this area of support, which kind of framed the bottom of the conversation over the last several days, 32.89. And then the stochastics are entering overbought territory. It might not mean that much. But again, this target, my next target up here, is 34.48 long term. We'll see if we can get a drive up to there. Intraday, though, we also have some targets. We have that call resistance at 3,400 even, and not a lot more. We have R3, which rarely happens, but you never know. That's at 34.22. On the downside, we got call zero DTE gamma walls, 33.60. One day min at 33.55. A whole bunch of congestion at 33.50. And then below that, Jacks 3 at 33.40. That is today's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. And we are now joined by Angie Setzer, the goddess of grain. Angie, how are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Doing great this morning. Great to have you here at the first day of the month. We don't talk enough about commodities, and we are a futures network, so we have to get back to the roots of our business, Angie. This morning we were talking about dollar being weaker. The one thing that comes to mind, always in the back of my mind, I may not talk about it as much, like we said, but that's why we have you here, is when dollar's weak, what does that do to commodities? Give us the landscape right now, what you're seeing in the commodity space.
Yeah, I mean, when the dollar's weak, it tends to help support U.S. commodities. I mean, it makes our commodities, our agricultural products cheaper in the world landscape. It's a far better place to be when it comes to competing in the world market than what we saw when obviously we were trading at recent highs on the dollar there. The biggest problem that we have currently, though, is that we just still have I call it our yeah, but problem, where we have all of this uncertainty going forward on what that looks like. So we are getting business on the export side. We actually have been getting, a tremendous amount of business, you could say, for new crop wheat. We're well ahead of where we were a year ago. And wheat tends to be one of those most price sensitive commodities when it comes to how the dollar is trading. But we've also seen great demand for corn, over the last year. And we remain, competitive in that market structure here out into the end of the calendar year currently.
Yeah, I mean, my first thought was to go and look and see what the corn and wheat markets are doing. When you look at, I'll just go back to the corn. I was even looking at soybeans this morning as well. When I take a look at it, not really a lot of bullish trends out there in commodities. If anything, you see more bearish trends. I mean, I look at corn, some of the lowest prices it's been for a while. Beans have just been really, really sideways. What's kind of your forecast for what you see coming into the summer?
It's all, going to be very, very weather dependent at this point, which feels so blah to say. I mean, obviously, weather is going to impact agricultural products here as we move ahead. But we're also going to be watching, trade tendencies and things like that. I mean, when it comes to ag products, when it comes to, the outlook, I feel like we're stuck in one of the most negative mindsets that I've seen in quite some time. Even when you get positive news, it's met with, yeah, you look at the corn export book currently, like we are setting near records when it comes to not only, shipment pace, but also sales when it comes to old crop exports. We've known that Brazil was going to come back into the market here in August for quite some time. But traders are now saying, oh, well, we're probably going to cancel these remaining bushels when logistically speaking, all these other things, it's not going to necessarily happen. The economics of it don't say that it'll happen, but the sentiment or the mood when it comes to those who are addressing what's going on in the market or talking about what's happening in the ag space is very negative. It's just met with this, we're going to destroy trade through tariffs, which at this point in time, we really haven't seen. And to be completely honest, most of these countries, your buyers are going hand to mouth because of the fear over what it'll look like cost-wise as we move forward. But from an overall standpoint, it's not necessarily something that you're going to see impacted greatly, on the food side. And so I would say the landscape currently is just one of those where it is, even if you run into something positive, even if you have a fundamental story or a situation like with Russia and Ukraine over the weekend, where 3 years ago we'd have probably been trading limit up on wheat, folks are like, it doesn't really matter much. The sentiment is probably one of the worst I've seen surrounding commodities, even with tight global supplies, even with, what could be extreme risk to our available supply versus demand as we move forward. Everyone's just kind of the mindset that we have plenty. The end user isn't necessarily engaged. You have end users that are still covering their wheat needs for July, which is very much out of character. Typically, you would see them covering at least through the end of the calendar year, if not through the first quarter of the following year. And so the mood is just it's just blah, if I could say it. But when it comes down to it too, at the same time, I've been saying for a while we have this yeah but problem, and that comes from tariffs, trade, the uncertainty that is all behind there. You've got your geopolitical issues, and so the sentiment and the landscape feels exceptionally negative at this point.
You know what's strange, Shy, about this? It's really kind of the opposite of stocks. Stocks take good
Yeah.
news and they're running with it. Commodities aren't. And, you wonder what that means for inflation. The fact that, the commodities aren't going higher. I'm curious what your thoughts are and what you have for Angie today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel this. I've been saying this about the energy markets for the last 9 months. But I want to talk about China a little bit because you hear all kinds of rumors. China's not going to buy grain from the U.S. anymore. What does that mean for the markets? Are we seeing this happen at all, or do you foresee this happen, or are we going to be able to clear this whole thing up and uh, find some sort of deal that both China and the U.S. can deal with?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point in time, this is the best time for China to make it appear as though they will not purchase U.S. commodities from a seasonal standpoint, from a historical standpoint. Brazil has stepped in. We're going to have more in the way of corn available out of Brazil if they come to the market there. Brazil obviously has had an increase in production. You've got Argentina able to kind of cover the gap a little bit. But this idea that China is going to completely ignore or remove U.S. bushels out of their import structure is it's far-fetched. Is it possible? Sure. But a lot of folks forget that in 2018, part of what allowed them to really restrict their imports from the US was they'd lost 32 million hogs to ASF. At this point in time, their feed margins are exceptionally solid. They've seen their protein sector kind of get back on its feet. You're seeing an increase in feed demand. You're seeing, like I said, improved margins there. And so to me, it's interesting just in the sense that who does the majority of the imports for reserves is the China government. And so what do? They write the check to themselves when it comes down to it. They've already set a precedent that if they need the supplies, they will place that product on an exemption list. And so it's super possible that we could see, a situation here where China continues. Do they cut back a bit? Sure. The biggest worry to me, I think, is how we tackle the EU, because the European Union is kind of who stepped in as our second largest importer. And so if we ice both of them out, or if we have issues with both, then it could be problematic for new crop exports. But when it comes down to it, you're probably going to see a relatively static export book. But because of the unknowns that we talked about, because of the uncertainty and the comfort level in the global market structure, where we're not running out of soybeans anytime soon, you're going to hear more and more about, oh, China's not purchasing new crop soybeans, et cetera, et cetera. It's not a problem until they continue to not purchase US soybeans out into October, November. Obviously, we don't want to wait that long before something is done. I think you will see something done ahead of time, though I fully expect the next 2 to 3 weeks to be an escalation to the situation. It feels like you get escalation before you get resolution. And so to me, like I said, I think a lot of talk about China completely cutting out US soybean imports is not likely to happen. Could they reduce? Could they take it down a couple 100 million bushels? Yes, but that's also less supply that would be available out of Brazil to other customers. We're seeing a growth in global crush demand for biofuels, not only in the US, all around the world. And so it's a factor. It's something that we want to watch. Obviously, they're our largest trade partner. The biggest thing to me that I think is just if we do put together a trade deal that has quotas in it or has an amount of grain that they need to be purchasing, that's not something the market is factoring in at this point in time and would be a bullish surprise like we saw in 2020.
And then what is kind of the ethanol market kind of looking like? And for those that don't know, we use corn to make ethanol, which is then put in your gasoline. And I know that's been kind of, for a long time, kind of a point of contention on, are we going to do E15 or, what are the mandates going to be? And so what is that kind of looking like with this new administration?
I think the biggest thing with the new administration when addressing E15 is they may allow us to, it may allow a national E15 allowance basically year round would just to provide an ability to invest in more infrastructure. I don't know if you see it, honestly. I think it's probably one of the last things on the list of things that the administration will accomplish, though we have seen several bills in the Senate and the House kind of work their way through where, it would try to allow for the year-round E15. And so we'll be watching that. The biggest thing that I've seen with ethanol that I think came out of left field for a lot of folks that they weren't necessarily paying attention to is the growth in global demand for ethanol that we've seen. And really a lot of other countries around the world have come to the US to tap into the ethanol supplies. You're seeing Japan, Japan wants to target E10. They don't have an ability to produce their own corn enough to generate. They're basically going to import ethanol, and the US is probably going to be their supplier of choice. You've got Brazil that's upping their ethanol demand, so they're soaking up more in the way of the world's corn. Our ethanol exports, US ethanol exports, have been record high. And so the ethanol market itself, everyone always kind of lamented over the blend wall, which is, this sort of 15 billion gallons worth of ethanol into the world, or into the domestic gasoline supply, and it was really tied to what gasoline demand would look like going forward. We were worried about electric vehicles tapping into that, some of these other things. But really, when it comes down to it, it looks like the biggest growth that we'll see in ethanol demand will be around the world. And I think, when you pay attention or if you talk to anyone from the U.S. Grains Council, I joke they're the world's best ethanol missionaries. I mean, they're spreading the word of U.S. ethanol anywhere they can. And it's really been something that we've seen over the last couple of years that is very obvious and something that, I think will continue as we move ahead.
Angie, do you watch COT data at all?
Yes.
So I'm looking at the wheat market, and I got to tell you, I mean, the amount of commercials that are short, I'm just curious as to why you think that is. It's the
You're
most
gonna
it's seen in a long time.
Yeah, the commercial short is an indication of farmer selling. It's an indication of ownership, and a big indication of lack of buying. And so I mentioned that earlier, kind of in passing, that you have traders in the physical wheat market currently that are saying end users aren't even engaged out much beyond August. They're only still currently covering July. It's a very hand-to-mouth sort of approach to the market that isn't very typical. And so in the commercial space, if you're an elevator, which is my past life is merchandising physical grain, when I buy from the farmer, I'm going to short that position on the board, and then I'm going to turn around and try to market that to a miller, a feeder, something like that. And that's going to offset that short position, and it kind of just disappears. If you don't have an end user engaged, if you don't have buying, I mean, that's one of the things that it fits into in a great way. Is there was a lot of folks across the EU that were saying their sales were 40% of what they were a year ago. And so I think that's obvious, and you've also seen managed money go exceptionally short in wheat. And so that could be super explosive, in my opinion, if you have an end user come in that decides they need coverage, or if you see, a short squeeze on the managed money side and they need to jump, because a lot of the farmers have kind of put what they want to position wise on, from a selling standpoint, and aren't really going to get engaged unless the price gets a bit better here.
Boy, I'm so glad I asked her that. Talk about really inside understanding how, really, again, the roots of this business and COT data, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I watched Larry Williams years ago, and he talks about the importance of, if you're trading these commodities, what's happening in COT data, and hearing how Angie talks about how it really works. It's pretty cool.
Right. Absolutely. And so how are farmers kind of dealing with these price levels? They've been pretty depressed. Does that do anything to change kind of what they're growing, or, the amount that they're growing at all?
Yeah, this has probably been the worst stretch of business that I've went through. You've seen your costs inflate. Everyone's dealing with inflation, and the farmer, it's no different. I mean, we're growing a crop that, we're looking at less than $700 worth of revenue in a normal year, and it's going to cost $950 to $1,000 just because of the increase in costs. So it's pretty depressing out there. There's still a lot of stories of farmers not being able to kind of finalize their financing, which is almost unheard of this late in the year. There's reports of landlords discovering that their farmer just couldn't get his financing and is not going to be able to farm the ground that they have. I think the market is not necessarily recognizing how nasty it is on the ground. battleground for some folks out there and in some parts of this country. And that's going to be something that likely rears its head later, but is going to be very difficult to assess, from a futures level, just simply because it's here, there, and everywhere. But it's like I said, it's not in the norm, and it's one of those things that unless you're in the trenches talking to these folks every day, you don't necessarily realize how bad it is.
Angie, we'll end it there. I can't thank you enough for joining us first day of the month in June. And as we get into summer, understanding what's happening in the commodity space, we don't talk about it enough here, and we can't wait to have you back. Everybody go check out Angie Consis. Ag.net. We'll have the link there in chat. And also, of course, Goddess of Grain on Twitter. Angie, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Immediately, I pulled up to see what COT data is, and I go back to it because really that's where you want to watch COT data as far as I'm concerned.
For sure.
More than any other market.
Yep.
And what I think it's really interesting is a couple takeaways. The first is commodities, at least the ones that she's discussing, are not going higher when you see bullish news. So the surprise is higher. And then I look to see where is the short positioning the most, and it's in wheat. And it's just kind of interesting. It's something to keep an eye on.
Definitely. I mean, I think that because of positioning and because of what's going on, I mean, you do have Russia and Ukraine are huge exporters. Who knows what's happening there? So definitely something to keep your eye on.
Yeah, pull up that COT data if you can. I mean, I look at it on the NinjaTrader platform, and I'm sure we'll probably have Jimmy plug that in this week with Jason Shapiro, which will be on Wednesdays at 11, to know what's going on behind the scenes there, because I think that story becomes very interesting, Shai, because you've got commodities that are really trending lower. You've got oil now breaking out higher. How much of that does that start to impact the pricing of commodities? Because it always does if oil starts to break out. And again, as Angie said, the surprise is to the upside.
Exactly.
So a lot more to be discussing on commodities as time goes on. Any last thoughts? Or like we said, Powell today at 1 o'clock. Aside from that, anything else we need to be on the lookout for?
Pretty quiet day today, so just take it in stride, and who knows when we're going to get a tweet or a headline. Be aware of that. But definitely, we'll talk about when we come back for hot commodities at 2:30. Jim and I will go over what Powell said, if it's important at all, before we hop into hot commodities.
Yeah, make sure everyone you're tuned in for the afternoon session at 2:30 for an update on commodities and what Powell said. Shai, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. It's about that time. Yeah, it's about that time. We're going to see what he has on today. There he is. Oh, he's coming in with traditional black. It's the first day of the month. He's very focused. He's coming in and he's saying, Deli, look it. I'm here. I mean business. Good morning, Pharm.
Good morning. I'm just lulling you to sleep, Deli. Just a couple of days of normalcy, and then, something weird will come out of nowhere just for you.
Yeah, I know. Well, listen, I'm ready for you now, because now I'm on to you. I'm on to, I got, my mind is getting to this slow preparation of what could it be? What's he going to come out dressed like? And I'll be ready for you. Don't worry about it, unless you throw something really crazy at me. Then who knows? And then we'll see what happens. But nothing too crazy happening overnight in the markets, Pharm. This morning, I know we're going to go from commodities to indexes. But before I even get into the indexes, what were your thoughts really hearing Angie on the backdrop of commodities? I think it's quite interesting right now.
Deli, I'm possibly the world's worst ag trader. And so I looked at wheat while she was talking, and I looked at it a couple of times in the last week or so, and it looks really good. So probably stay out of wheat if I go anywhere near it.
Juicy for a buy, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It looks really good. So it's probably going to -30, like if I get in there. So, but yeah, it's just been such a dog for so long, has not found life. Makes no sense at times, right? That's what ag is a lot of times, but yeah, it kind of looks good. I'm going to chart it, so that's dangerous.
I know it is, but now let's get into it. And good morning, everyone in chat. Good morning, our guy Chris, Trading Boxes, My Serona, Weston Futures, Street Salsa, Infinity, Ferrieri, Juan Gabriel, Kenshin, Landis. A lot of people in there. Larry Pumpkin, Andrea, Cause, Mark, Jose. Good morning, Chad. Hope everyone's doing well on this Monday morning. You know, quiet overnight with equities. I said this morning in my note, I think we are now in more of a time consolidation. I mean, price has come off a little bit. I mean, everyone loves to be bearish Pharm. I mean, look, we all want to see a down market like we were earlier in the year, and I just don't see it in the tape right now. We come out of last month, which was, I think people were probably surprised at how strong of a month it was. Kind of no fireworks at the end of the month. We come into June, we got rollover. You know, kind of just like, what's the overall thoughts that you're seeing in equities right now?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. This is just a 3-week balance that we're in here on a cash hours basis anyways. Last week was an inside week. We did have that after hours kind of silliness up into the 6,000 range. But, you know, we had an outside week the prior week and then an inside week last week on a cash hours basis. And so that's just by definition is consolidation. And so, you know, it is roughly a 200 handle range on a cash hours basis. And so the move really comes once that range breaks, right? Whether it breaks to the upside or the downside. And I mean, breaking that to the upside, it's hard to imagine anything but new all-time highs. Break it to the downside and, you know, things stay interesting. So, you know, what mood is the market in? Is there enough certainty to take this back to new highs at this point? Or, you know, is there a little bit more drama to come? And I think we'll see. But like, we have a new month, we have a new week, and we get a new set of participants, to me each month, each week, and we'll see what they think. Obviously, last month was extremely strong, and we'll see if that remains the case. But you're right; it's just a bracketed market right now, trading a range, and so that's a two-way tape. A lot of noise, like some of the days last week. Sort of a lot of flailing around with not much accomplished. It was like the tightest value area on a weekly basis that we've seen in a really long time. It was basically like 40 handles. So lots of flailing, not much accomplished. Reminds me of, never mind, that joke's not for this show.
He held back, everybody. It's Monday, first day of June. It's well, let's get to the charts. How about that? We go into the charts now. I'm starting off with wheat this week. Why? Because we got us a grain on, and I wanted to show everybody the COT data. So this is Jason Shapiro's COT data tool. Look at this. I mean, look at how many commercials are short here. You've got a low with the most they've been short in a long time. Large specs are the opposite. But when you look at this, it's actually they're the longest they've been. I'm saying it backwards, but nonetheless, you get my point. You see what's happening here. Pretty interesting. And, like Pharm and I have said, this is a market where not the easiest to trade, but you got positioning way kind of out of whack here. And you don't see that often when I was going through the other commodities. You just look at corn, pretty flat. But you look at here, you had the large specs, the most long they've been in a long time there. That was the top. Commercials most short. Commodity space gets interesting. Not here for this market, but for wheat for sure. And so if we buy it, we'll let you know so you can get short. But if we don't buy it, maybe you want to take a look at wheat. Just figured I'd throw that out there to show everybody. When we get to what I think is interesting today, first I'll start with the metals. The metals are, when I look at gold. So look at gold. This is actually a COT data. I'm going to go to a different chart, but you can see gold was never really truly. It's been somewhat balanced in terms of. I'll let Jason be the expert on say this, but I never saw it get super overbought, and it stays relatively, I wouldn't say underbought, but it's not overbought in these current areas or oversold by the shorts. You look at gold, and it's still, on the weekly chart. I mean, that's not crazy COT data, and so it's something to keep in mind on the positioning itself. Tells you kind of a lot of what you see here. I mean, you have a two-way tape. You don't have it over-positioned in one way or the other. But the Bollinger Bands are flat. You've got moving averages flat. I've got a VWAP with 3 standard deviation from the recent swing high. You could see how they are all relatively flat. Two-way tape in metals. No doubt that this market has the fundamentals behind it. And so when you still have this underlying bid support across the globe for gold, I lean more bullish. You're seeing that on the first day of the months, first day in the quarters. And Pharm, you and I have talked about this. Remember the first day of the quarter, what was up that day? Gold. So you see the buyers are coming in on first day of the months, first day of the quarters. Again, when fundamentals are working with technicals, this is the strongest trend I see. And I just think that gold, we'll see what it goes from here. It's still relatively, I think, sideways for now. But if it starts getting legs, it's a market I just would not fade. I just think it has more upside. I own it in my portfolio, not in my short-term stuff. No swings in gold. The market that I want to swing soon is platinum. So platinum, as Shai has discussed, has the bullish fundamentals behind it. I've got a trend line here that I've been looking at for some time in platinum. It was holding it for a period. That's where it broke out to the upside. And you also have, I have the 8, 21, and 34 moving averages aligned with it. Bollinger Bands have now come back inward, so you have this mean reversion move back in. I got long gold or platinum back in here and took it off in here just because I made a little bit of money on it, and now I'm looking for that same type of look. I mean, for me, right around 1027 to 1030-ish is an area where I look to be long. I think it comes right back up to this 1078 to 1080 level. I'm wrong if it doesn't hold 1,000. I think that nice round number in platinum. This is probably the number one thing on my radar right now is to see if platinum on a dip can hold 1030 to 1027-ish. And on a blip lower would be 1,007. But as long as it holds 1,000, for me, platinum is a buy, and I will continue to look at swing positions. And it's crazy. The only really two markets I've traded over the last couple of weeks has been platinum and Canadian dollar, which is kind of weird for me, but they're the ones that are cleanest looking. When I get into before I get into equities, let me just do bonds real quick. When we get into 30-year, 30-year bond market, I have this VWAP off the low, and you look to see, I kind of want to see how market is building off of this low. It's been holding the VWAP since the low, and you've come back up into moving averages. Bollinger Bands are pointing inward. When I look at it, again, when I look at the markets as a whole, to me, we are just in a consolidation. I mean, look at the bond market. If you go back almost a year, we have just done nothing. And I know we like to get super excited about what the bonds were doing. I was one of them. Bonds are breaking out to the downside. Everyone keep an eye on the bond market. And yet it comes right back in. It's holding pattern. Two-way tape. Bond market, I don't think is going to be much of a factor for equities right now. I mean, obviously, if you had a scream and move higher or lower from here, you always keep in mind. But for the most part, this looks to me like rangy, man. I just don't see much happening here. I have no reason to even touch this market unless it makes a new low. I mean, even if it were to come back up in here in the 115 or even 116 handle, big deal. That's where we've been. Changes nothing. Yeah, 10-year drops again to maybe 4.3, 4.2. Okay, that's not bearish for stocks. It's not really, there's nothing really bullish or bearish coming from bonds for stocks. Now when you get into equities, I got the VWAP tag from the recent high, and I wanted to come in and say, where are we? I mean, you look at it this morning, I said, it's easy for people to get bearish, but it's hard for charts to get bearish. This chart to me is just, I mean, if I were to not look at what we've done this year from the sell-off side, from that steep sell-off, the tariff news, that's about as bullish of a chart as I'll see. And it's hard for me to look at this market and be bearish really at all. I know that, everyone always is searching for a reason to be bearish. You look at it, we did get a little bit overbought back up in here on the RSI. It's since come back down. It's not really doing much here. Again, not getting me in trades or out of trades. It's just overall like what is the market conditions. Moving averages are flat to upward. Bollinger Bands are flat. Bottom one somewhat upward. Time consolidation. That's what I see. Slight bit of mean reversion. Pull back to the 21. Sideways. VWAP from the recent high. We're on it right now. I mean, this tape is not showing me anything one way or the other. It's not all-time highs to me. It's not a big break. It's a two-way tape. I think it's a good tape for day traders. A lot of day traders will go top down. They'll go, what's happening on the bigger picture to help me with the short term? I don't see that right now. I mean, if I was short-term scalping, I'm super focused on any sort of short-term strategy indication that I get, and I'm just trading it. I mean, I'm not trading it overly aggressive, but I'm in there keeping it small and trading longs. I'm trading shorts and expected two-way tape. I go back and look at Friday. Expect a lot of that. Downward move followed by an upward move, maybe a little bit of a lower move. But when you look at the overall action, nothing is screaming at me in terms of major trend change or in terms of like going back down. Or is it screaming that we're going to just continue to rip higher in ES, that is? And you look at NASDAQ, a lot of the same. You know, NASDAQ, I tagged the VWAP from this breakout because this gap, I wanted to see how we're trading from the gap, that big gap up. Again, moving averages, Bollinger Bands, relatively flat, if anything, pointing upward. Bullish looking chart to me. We're right on that VWAP from that gap. I mean, right on the 8-day moving average in the NASDAQ. Just can't even go back down and trade the 21. And it's like, you want to be bearish that market? I just can't. I mean, as a swing trader, I can't even trade this market because I have nowhere to manage risk in equities. That's why I'm looking at Platinum. I'm looking at other markets because for me, this is a two-way short-term day trader's tape. That's what I see. That's the market environment across the board for me. Let's see what you've got, Pharm.
Yeah, that's right. It's again, it's a 3-week balance, and I've sort of boxed that out. What the cash hours balance looks like. It's basically 57.80 to 59.87 on a cash hours basis. And you're right. Like you get those moves on Friday, and if you're bearish, you got that nasty move lower, and you think it's going to zero, and then the thing just snaps all the way back on you, and you're just like you're pounding your keyboard, you're smashing your phone. And, every profile trader is looking at it like, well, yeah, of course, of course that's what happened. But, a technical trader is looking at it and just like, all these levels smash, all these, supports break, and then it just rips right back up. What's going on? And we'll get into that when I get into the 30-minute chart. But, I'll give the bears a little bit of hopium here. And it is copium perhaps. But, we did open last night. It's a new week. It's a new month. And we opened on a gap down. And that gap is not yet closed. That's the 5 p.m. close from Friday. So, hey, like if you don't fill that, then, that could potentially be a subtle clue if we can't fill that today. Now, that said, competing against that, I was looking to get long in last night's plan, basically at the overnight low, and I was asleep. So, I mean, probably means we're going limit up. Since I missed that entry. But yeah, I mean, this range has felt like just a little bit distributive to me up into the highs. So I've taken some shots on the short side. But I mean, like, again, any range of consolidation, there is going to be distribution, right? I mean, you have, longs that are taking exits from lower. And then you maybe have new money longs that are buying the dip and taking those contracts. And so it does, just because it is distributive, or leans distributive at times, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to break this to the downside. I mean, that's what consolidation is just contracts are changing hands or shares if it's a stock. So I've fished around at times for shorts and then, look for longs on dips. And you're right. It's all about the reversion trades here. And like, here's last week's profile. And again, value is just, right here is just so super tight. And this nice, beautiful, normal distribution here with excursions to the downside that were strongly rejected. You had this excursion to the upside, strongly rejected, and everything snaps back to the middle. And so that's why if you're a profile trader, whether it's market profile or volume profile, you see that move on Friday, you're just like, oh well, yeah, of course it did that. It just buttered through multiple supports and then just ripped right back through them. Like nobody's business. And that's why I think it's important to have just like some basic idea, of what volume profile, market profile is, because, not only are you not caught off guard, but you're looking for that move. You're looking for that trade, those reversion trades. And so, you can't really front run it on the way down as it's knifing. But once you see that significant reversal, you just sort of jump on the train and ride it right back up. In this case, to last week's volume point of control. And you'll see a little bit of that potentially early this week. And so again, like nothing's happening. We're just in this range. Last week was super tight. So it does seem like, maybe we're ready for a move here, given how tight, this value area was. Maybe we're ready to break away from this. But to me, like you've got sort of a box within a box. You've got, last week's range, again, inside week. So you break that week to the downside, you take out, which is Friday, you take out, again, cash hours basis, you take out Friday's low, then you could potentially look at trading into the lows of the prior week, which was those 57.80s. That just gets you to the bottom of the range. It's not even necessarily bearish. until you break that to the downside with meaningful continuation. And then on the upside, same thing. If you take out last week's cash hours high, I want to say it was 59.59, then you're looking to test range highs, the prior week high, which is 59.87, kind of big picture. So until any of that happens, we're just trading last week's range for now. And so, the number one thing I'm keeping an eye on from like a, nuance perspective is whether that gap gets closed from the 5 p.m. close on ES. So that was 13.75, just basically last week's volume point of control. You could have VPOC at like 59.20. You could have it at 59.15. I've got it basically there. So I want to see if that gets tagged or closed or not, because, if we do start cracking prior day lows, we take out Friday's low, and then we see continuation to, the trailing week lows, leave that gap open. And then all of a sudden you're like, wait, what happened? So that's what I'm looking for. I'm still looking for any failure to break range, away from here. Any of those failures I'm fading until that's proven to be the wrong move. And so, again, looking for these sellers to get out of line here, and then I'm going to snap it against them once we see a reversal, and I'm basically targeting the meat of last week's range, and I'll do the same thing on the upside. So until or unless, sellers prove that they're willing to sell this below last week's low, or buyers prove they're willing to buy this above last week's high, I'm just playing the reversion trades. So that's kind of like big picture before we get into the 5, if you have any thoughts or comments on that.
No, I just like seeing the volume profile perspective to understand really what's happening behind just the candles. I think it really does give the perspective of what you said. It's a balance of what's happening here, and I like seeing where they're spending a lot of time with the volume profile. Then they get into the areas where there's not a lot of volume, and then they're building that out, and you can see it over the last several weeks that that's all that's really happening. And I just think it gives people, a fresher perspective of it. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, it can keep you out of trouble. Right? Like generally you want to be buying at a discount and selling at a premium, right? You like to buy things cheap or when they're on a discount. And so, there's obviously more to it than that. But, when you see, a weekly profile where this is sort of deemed to be value, and then Friday's move came down here into objectively a discount, that's a buy until that's proven wrong. And so, again, it can just sort of keep you out of trouble as a technical trader if you just add just a little bit of volume profile, at least knowing on the way down, like I should probably be scaling out of some of this short because, I'm at least at risk of a big snapback rally coming. And that certainly happened. We did have a couple of rallies 2 days in a row into the close. They both were sold. I find that interesting. But to me, today's going to be about the overnight low and Friday's low. So, this range kind of 65 to 71 is what I was looking to buy. And I was asleep. That sort of protects Friday's low. But like the juicy trade that I would like, and this may have ruined it, but, I would love to come in here and take out Friday's low into like these 58.40s, 58.50s, really the 40s, because Friday's low was like 53.25 or something like that. I would just love to come in here, take out Friday's low, and then just snap back and take that reversion trade. Because, to me, like how many times are we going to let sellers fail to break this to the downside before we really need to punish them? And so that would be fantastic for me today. Any kind of a retest of the overnight low, I'm going to have my eyes open down here. Again, you can see how thin the profile got for the overnight session. This was just a quick move down and just snapped right back up. So I'm not sure if I'll get that. But if I do, I would be same type of thing. I'd be looking for any kind of failure to find traction below the overnight low. And I'm taking that as a snapback trade. But you can see, right now we've sort of come back into the meat of Friday's volume, which is very similar to the weekly profile, right? It's for a reason. It's all very tight in there. And so you sort of expect rotational trading between, roughly 58.90 and 59.30 give or take, with, kind of 15 being in the middle there. So I'm definitely avoiding trades sitting in the middle. All I'm doing right now is looking for a failure from one side or the other. Failure from buyers to break this higher, failure from sellers to break this lower. As of now, what is currently active is, a failure from sellers overnight to break this lower. So, again, I may not get any kind of a retest of these lows. And so anything outside of that, like, maybe I'll scalp something in here. But I like when volatility gets low, ranges get low, value areas get very, very narrow. I will sit on my hands and just wait for one side to just get completely and utterly off sides, and then look for that reversal back in for reversion trades. So I love trading reversals, especially if I have some kind of profile support to suggest that it makes sense to do that. So that's what I'm looking for today, avoiding the middle, looking for a failure at the edge, whether it goes to the upside or the downside. And I prefer to take longs probably on failures to the downside, because now that this has come in and we've failed here overnight, if we trade up into these highs, then pressure is a little bit increased to me on sellers to defend there. I think it's best for this gap to remain open here, and sellers to retest these lows and then show us that they can take out the overnight low and Friday's low and then just send it to hell. And if short of that, I'm just taking snapback longs.
Yep. Again, love the perspective of looking at the volume profile. I think a lot of traders, day traders, can benefit from it massively. I mean, even swing traders as well. It gives great perspective as to what's happening behind the candle. And as we say, don't fight the tape. Well, if this is a two-way tape, don't fight it. Don't be in too much of a hurry to be buying into a rally or selling into a break. Like you said, watch what happens on the edges. I think that's the best advice right now for everybody. Wait to see what happens around there, because this tape is in a big hurry to come back to the middle a lot. It's not in a big hurry to expand outside of the current range. Pharm, I can't thank you enough. Again, we do this Monday through Thursday, Pharm and I, 8:30 to 9. It's always great having you here. It's always interesting to see what you may be wearing. We'll throw that in there as well. You're a cool cat. Everybody hit the like button for my guy Pharm, and go make sure you follow what he's doing with his Substack and follow him on Twitter. He's one of the best. Pharm, I will see you tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow, Riley. Take care.
All right, everybody. It's Monday. And we've got some news before we get to what's happening here with Trade the Open. And so Shai put out U.S. Department Treasury Secretary Volkender, some trade deals should be imminent. Well, maybe we're going to get some headlines today that potentially move this tape. As we know with the Trump administration, they love putting feelers out there. And that's what they're training us for. So that's something to talk about. But it is Monday, and as we do every Monday, it's time to trade the open with Tanja Trades. A Yankee hat on after that beating they took against the Dodgers. I threw that game on, and I looked at that, and I was like, what is going on? Did they lose like 18-1 or something like that?
It's okay. We're New York till we die out here.
Well, good morning, Tanja. Happy Monday, first day of the month. No red folder data. I know you like to look for that. Coming off of a month where the end of it was really just a massive consolidation. Not super exciting. Not a ton of data. At the end of the week is where we get some data. Not a ton of data prior to that. We're also getting into rollover. Probably not the cleanest environment. You heard Pharm and I talk about a two-way tape. Thoughts coming into the first day of the month?
Yeah, I mean, basically what you've been saying, it's been kind of a slow type of tape. I mean, I'm kind of anticipating a slow tape. More, reversions back into the mean rather than anything like trying to press my bias too much to more like downside continuations or upside continuations, because those have been just failing. We have a lot of wicks, and then which means like we sweep a low or a high and then we revert back into the range. So I mean, I think we do have 10 a.m. ISM manufacturing, which might end up moving the market a little bit. So maybe the 10 a.m. news will start something. But other than that, I'm gonna it's the beginning of the month, and also, yeah, we have NFP on Friday. So always on these weeks, I like to take it a little bit slower. I like yeah, the first week of the month, I kind of want to see how the flows come in, how the tape is going to be. So I would like to let the market show what's going to happen. So yeah, we can get right into this daily chart that we have here. We had that huge wick here to the upside where ES took out the weekly high from before, and then it came back into the range, and so did NQ. And now we're like kind of slowly drifting lower. And I do think that we could potentially then end up going for this low here, but the question is like, how do we do it? We could just be kind of like what we've been doing here. We sweep a previous low and then we come back into the range. I'd look for then Friday's low as a first target. If I'm gonna go short. And then after that, gotta see what's gonna happen with the rest. But I would think that we end up retesting this low again. I mean, we have that April 2nd high from ES here, so that's another level there that could end up coming back up into this, taking out this low. So I have those two levels marked out there on the daily. And then we can go down to the 4-hour. Yeah, so we've been drifting lower here. We came back into this 4-hour FEG. I mean, I think if we're reverting back into the mean, I think that we could come back up into the 50% of this whole move down because we haven't really done that yet. Right here. So I'd mark out this, have this marked out here, this FEG. This is a FEG around 50% of this range for NASDAQ. So I'd want to see which one is stronger at the open. And then maybe we'd see a reversion back into the mean of this whole move down since we did come down, sweep this low, since we've been sort of doing that, right? We sweep like a low and then we come back and then we sweep the next low instead of just taking out a low with a large displacement continuing lower. So that's been the kind of the theme of the day. I mean, theme of the previous weeks, honestly. So that's what I'm gonna try to do. Not gonna press my luck too much there, but we'll end up seeing how that goes. Let's see here. This is even below premium here for ES, so we could come up into this higher one, honestly. So I'd probably just mark that out on the 4-hour, this 4-hour candle high for ES, because it's drifted a lot lower. So yeah, like that's what I'm gonna do. I was wearing the Yankee hat. That's true. I mean, I think Kane usually wears a Yankee hat, but I figured like, oh, I'm actually a New Yorker, born and raised here, so why haven't I worn mine? I think the Mets have been doing better. My dad wouldn't be happy with me wearing this Yankee hat right now. He likes the Mets.
Oh, do you have a split family, Yankees and Mets? Those are always interesting, like Cubs, Sox in Chicago.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. Well, we're from Queens, so there's more Mets fans out here. Yeah, and well, at least I think yesterday when Yankees won though against the Dodgers 7-3, so we're good there. But yeah, I'm looking for probably gonna look for more bullishness. I'm kind of a neutral trader this morning, but I'll probably look if we'll see how the open starts to see if we revert back into this mean over here of this move lower. Other than that, then I'd probably look for Friday's low if we expand below this pre-market low here. But yeah, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. This morning, the one thing I take away from everything you're saying is wait to see who the leadership is going to come from. Is the NASDAQ going to be stronger again? Again, I don't like fading tapes when the NASDAQ is stronger. You know, as a day trader, if the NASDAQ's leading higher, very hard to look to be short. You don't want to be selling the S&P with the NASDAQ's higher. So to me, if the NASDAQ's higher in the one that's leading up today, that's where I would lean towards looking for longs. I mean, so a lot of it depends on what the NASDAQ does right out of the gates today. First day of the month, be interested to see what the flows are. And I also wanted to get to the poll because poll coming in with a downward tape today. I think, yeah, where were we down? We're not down much, obviously. I didn't see what the NASDAQ exactly. It was NASDAQ's down 106. But 40% bullish, 26% bearish, 34% neutral. What I find pretty incredible is the fact that only 26% of the people in the poll are bearish when you've got NASI down over 100, S&P, like I said, it's down modestly, it's down 20. I don't know what your thoughts are on that. Everyone wants to buy the dip this morning. Not everyone, 40%.
I mean, that makes sense because that's sort of been the theme of the previous weeks. We sweep one low and then we end up rallying a bit. And then we just did that here when we came back into this 4-hour FEG down lower. We swept this low here from Asia low down into this level of like 21,100s. And we had a really nice surge up higher there in the Friday afternoon. And overnight, we couldn't take out Friday's low. We made a higher low, so it makes sense structurally. I think a lot of times, people, I think it's better probably be, if you're neutral, more bullish. I mean, over time, the market goes up. The chat is usually typically bullish anyway. I would say it leans towards more
No,
bullishness
they are.
typically. Every day. I'd say like almost every day we lean more bullish in the chat, which makes sense because that's the theme where we've been trending up higher. So I wouldn't want to fade the trend. We have this like gap from Sunday. I'd want to see how are we gonna react. We're gonna just surge through this and then we'll go up higher. We'll end up seeing. I think it makes sense. I mean, I'm neutral, slightly bullish. It doesn't seem like there's been the move on the way down. There's not really much momentum to the moves down. You see these wicks here. So it doesn't really make sense to be a bear and unless you like pain in the last few weeks of the market. The shorts have been very short-lived.
Oh, that's the thing, Tanya. They spend almost no time on the lows. I mean, you watch the market. Every time we get the slightest bit weak, the market pulls right back to the middle. The only thing that it's in the hurry to do these days that I see over the past few weeks, going back to what Pharm had with market profiles, spend time in the middle. The edges, it's so easy to get over eager and looking for a breakout higher or a breakout lower. And the market's just not giving us that. And especially at the beginning of the month today, it'll be interesting to see what comes out of, I think, opening range. And also, we're getting ready for rollovers as well. You got metals that are rolled behind us. Bonds have rolled. Now equities get into the roll. Without a lot of news, you got Powell today at 1 o'clock as well. He's speaking. I know that won't be when you're on, but that'll be something of note. So who knows what the markets do this morning prior to that. But nonetheless, I just think you don't be in a hurry to chase any sort of direction today, as that has been the theme. I think that's the most important thing. And for day traders, really, you could be you're a two-way day trader right now. I don't think that is, from what I see and everything that I've looked at, everything that you talk about in Pharm, it's just about being small and staying in the game right now. The market's not giving us a ton of volatility, but there's still opportunity there. Just don't overstay your welcome on any one side because it's been in a hurry to get back into the middle. That does it for me today, Tanya. I'll let you take the reins from here. I know you like to go over your full prep before, obviously the bell rings. We're only about 17 minutes away. A couple of things of note, just so everybody knows. We will be in chat. Obviously, Shai will be with that 10 o'clock data, so she'll put that out. Again, we don't expect it to be too much of market moving, but make sure you know that later this afternoon with Powell, we won't be on air, but Shai will go over that at 2:30 with Jim for the afternoon session. Keep an eye. We talked this morning about gold's up 2% this morning. You've got crude is on the move. I think it would be interesting for everyone to kind of keep an eye on crude if it takes out the recent high of 64.19. It's about 60 cents from doing that. I wonder if that does kind of put a jolt into equities at all. Who knows? It could be some sort of market moving type scenario. Aside from that, not a lot going on. Again, Shai will continue to put everything in the chat. Make sure you hit that like button, everybody. 131,000 subscribers here on NinjaTrader Live. 19,000 new subscribers since we started it. We appreciate your support and being in here for our girl Tanya trades on Monday. So I'll hand it over to you now, Tanya. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. All right, people, what we got? We got like 17 minutes until the open. Most people are bullish. Yeah, I don't blame you. I'm kind of slightly bullish too. I mean, I think that we're likely to retrace all the way back up here to 21,440s if Nasdaq finds a bid at the open. Let's see. Let's see. I don't really love changing the first week of the month, honestly. So have to think about what kind of like risk am I gonna take? Normal risk, half risk? I think normal risk's all right, especially with 10 a.m. red folder. But I'm not gonna be really rushing into any type of trades first day of the month, basically. We have this gap down at like that Sunday open. That's what I was kind of looking at. Um, gap down here, then we almost filled it all the way. The fill is up here, 51.14 for ES. That's where we closed just about on Friday. I think the 15-minute will tell the tale here. And honestly, this is kind of slow from where we opened last night. Yeah, what's the range? 66 to 09 on ES. Let's see on NASDAQ. Down to the hourly. 15, honestly. From this London low. 163 to 348. Yeah, it's like 180 points. Very small range. We're down only like 100 points from there. From this. Okay. Honestly, I want to see us break pre-market highs then with strength if we're gonna go up to the upside because on we took out a low here from Friday. That was my target there, and then overnight we dripped lower, but we held that low here, so this could be an intermediate term low, and this short term low here to the right of it. I prefer that this holds because the London low holds because then you'll have higher lows forming. And then maybe it'll be a nice move to the upside. See, this is London low. Let's hope it won't be like, I don't know, choppy. We'll see. Gotta adapt anyway. And some news is going to be released. ISM manufacturing PMI. I mean, I prefer us to, go higher at the open and then 10 a.m. continue to move higher rather than a reversal because like I said, if this is bullish structure and the low should have already formed. So we'll see how this opens. I think that'll tell the tale. If we kind of chop around, then I'm gonna have to rely on 10 a.m. to bring volatility. Let's see. 12 minutes till it'll open. Yeah, I'd probably go for this high as my target then. The upside. 50%. I see on the 4 hour, this wick, I think that we came back into, for London low, we came back into around 50% of that wick, yeah, and we held it. So, yeah, I would like London low to stay intact. Let's see on NASDAQ what that looks like. NASDAQ, honestly, it just came back into that wick, so it looks stronger than ES on the 4 hour. We'll see how it opens. I prefer NASDAQ to be stronger. Typically, we get better moves that way and faster moves. I hate it if I'm like in a long and then it takes like an hour to play out. Just for like a 50-point move or something. You saw that on Friday for a while. It was like an hour and it was maybe 30 or 40-point range in NASDAQ. So we'll see. Maybe we should check out the ATR. See that. We've been picking up a little bit. Or 387-point range ATR and NASDAQ. And let's see on ES. ES 88-point range. Okay. I'll write that on a post-it. The last 5 days is my time period, by the way, you guys, because I'm trading intraday. So I just want to look at the last 5 days because it could easily, the ranges can easily change. So I'd rather have smaller, more recent data there. Okay. So I think the range so far is smaller than the ATR, so that's good. Like I said earlier, I think 240 on the NASDAQ, 163 or 100. Oh, even less. Okay. It's like 180. Yeah. Okay. So far we only moved like 180 points on the NASDAQ overnight, like all, the entire range. So the ATR is like 387. We could potentially, and if we start going up back to the upside, we can go further than 200 points from here. And that would bring us to here. So that's like a viable trade idea for me, for viable target for me for more upside. You know, this is only like 100 points away from this. So that's reasonable. That being said, you know, this is us on the 15. So we'll see, because it's a pretty small range. So gotta see which way we're gonna break. If we're gonna even break, we could just shop around. But I'd prefer pre-market highs to get taken out with nice displacements, so FEGs to the upside for me to get involved in longs. You may be hearing a seaplane outside. See, we got about 5 minutes till the open. Hope everyone had a good weekend. I had a good weekend. It was very eventful. I went to the driving range. It was nice to see, because typically, you know, I'm using the simulator, the screen golf simulator. So it was nice to see the ball flights, you know, how far they actually go, like in the distance. Um, but yeah, I got another lesson. I got a lesson on Sunday. I gotta just practice more. I just started golf like in let's see, last July. Yeah, like end of last July. So I'm a beginner. And I wasn't consistently practicing either. So pretty much only the last couple months I'm like getting back into it. Um, but yeah, I mean, I can hit my 8 iron 100 yards, which is pretty decent. Pretty happy enough right now. Gotta work on my driver goes like 150. But that's doable from the forward tees, so let's see here. Gotta get gotta get my shoulder muscles working. No, it's everything. Tanya swings. Tanya trades, Tanya swings. Tanya golfs. That's what everybody's been saying. But no, I will not be starting like a side channel or anything for golf. That's a lot of work. Good to have just hobbies where it's just a hobby. You don't gotta turn that into a side hustle either. So anyway, I went to the driving range. It's pretty cool. About 2 minutes till open. Let's see here. Can go down to the 5 minute now, honestly. This will be good if we start displacing up to upside. Nice, it'll be good if we get a nice 15-minute candle to the upside. Hope we don't pause and wick and reverse. That would be the worst, you know? Someone said they're great at golf. They slice consistently. It's funny. What do I mean by London low? I just like marked out the low from the London session here. It's the swing low we made. So I'm marking it out what that is here. So, because if I go on a smaller time frame, this low won't be visible. That's what this line is. Someone said prepping for your move to Florida. I'm not moving to Florida. I'm a New Yorker. John Doe said seasonalities are tough. Summers are rough. Yeah. Yeah, summers are typically slower, smaller ranges, less volatility. That's true. Some people, there's that saying like sell in May, go away. But I mean, last summer was really good. Yeah, I remember last July and August were really good. So can't always take seasonality at face value because you never know what Trump's gonna say or anything. So here we are. Here's the open. Okay, let's see NASDAQ. NASDAQ is taking out that pre-market high. It's looking good. Hopefully we have more follow through. It'd be good if that has a nice move to the upside. So let's see. Pretty large move there for NASDAQ, like 40 points in a minute. The first minute of the day. So that's good. That's like what I wanted to see. Well, we'll see if I find it long. Yeah, Nasdaq's definitely stronger because you can see how much further away from that pre-market high it is. ES is like it's above it, but it's not as explosive. The first 2 minutes of the day, we got like 70-point move to the upside. It's good. Completely filled that like gap to the downside that we had from that Sunday open. Man, that's a huge pop to the upside, honestly. I was waiting for at least a retracement to a fair value gap. We've just been popping up. Bro, if we just go straight up to my target, it's gonna be kind of annoying. We'll see. First FEG of the day is there. So this 15-minute candle, I said it would be a nice if it's a large one. It certainly is very large so far. It's like 120 points. The ES back in its first FEG of the day there. But I'd rather long NASDAQ, so just a matter of I don't know if it's gonna retrace anymore. Like, ideally it would retrace there, but honestly, likely not. It's like so strong. So if it doesn't, it doesn't. I'll find something else after it hits my, my target there. Then I'll just look for reversal potential or continuation potential. We'll see. Their Nasdaq's popping off. Yes, quite a ways away from that same target, which is interesting to me. Yeah, Nasdaq hit my target for longs. I mean, so I'm just gonna just wait and see what happens here. Probably have to wait until 10. But let's continue tape reading this to see how that reacts here. Is it gonna lead? And then ES, is it gonna lead ES up higher too? I mean, maybe find some more continuation play. Yeah, Nasdaq's above that, like those afternoon highs from Friday. Yes, not really even close. So congrats to the bulls actually if you were like just like a breakout trader, if you went long after the first minute. It's quite the nice surge there. Chat was mostly bullish. I couldn't find the entry. She didn't give me an entry. So just gotta wait now. What we're gonna get from here. Are we gonna reverse or are we gonna, just fake out to the downside again and make a higher low? We'll see. Right now it's let's see, 941. See how ES reacts to this low here, swing low. So, for longs, I'd rather long NASDAQ. For shorts, I'd rather short S&P. We'll see how it reacts to this low in this first fair value gap of the day. Is it going to just sweep it and go back right up? Or are we going to fail here for ES? We'll see. Mhm. So far, it's swept. Below ES, we'll see how this does it go power up back through this bearish FEG? Is it gonna reject from here? Yeah, didn't really. I would need more downside to confirm any shorts because I wouldn't want to fade this if Nasdaq, especially Nasdaq, hasn't really taken out a swing low yet. What time is it right now? 9:44. I'm marked at 10 a.m. here, so I'm remember that we have 10 a.m. news. We might just kind of consolidate before then, since we did hit my upside target, but we'll see. So far, yes, it's kind of just bouncing between the two areas I'd marked out. See if it has any follow through. That was like the close of the 15-minute candle on ESNNQ. Pretty strong close, you know. You didn't really take much back from that. Closed above that gap up, gap down. So that's what I'm watching now, you know. Closed above this for ES and NQE. Also closed above that. We closed above many, many highs. We didn't close above this high though, but so let's see. So out of that fib I drew on the 4-hour, we redraw it on NASDAQ. We haven't hit 50% yet, right? We hit 21,465. We paused right before it, but we hit that 4-hour. Well, let's see what ES is doing here. That was a sharp move lower here. Broke below this low. Same thing NASDAQ. If ES kind of like inverts this 5-minute, like we could totally have more downside. Oh, gonna wait for that first because we didn't invert on the 3 or the 5 yet. Just retracing right now on the higher time frames, you know. We could just retrace there. People that are bearish might want to short from here. So there was a SMT. We take this out with a little downside. So we did respect this. We wicked it, broke below this low. NASDAQ took out a high. ES didn't. It's a lot weaker than NASDAQ. Kind of like playing that out in my head. It's the potential. It's potential. Since considering that we are having 10 a.m. news kind of soon, I'd rather hold off on that because I've seen a lot of times this is could be just a retracement. So I'll watch NASDAQ to see if NASDAQ's gonna, it just broke a low also. So I think this will be kind of tell us if NASDAQ also respects this. We could have reversal underway here. At first she did respect that, so let's see if we work another low here on ES, then maybe I'd enter. So I'm just like also looking at ES on the 5 and the 3, yeah. If we have a nice move down, probably enter. Looks good, looking good so far. And keep coming back to this first presented FEG. I mean, it'll be good if it blows through this, honestly. I'm liking this so far. I think we could go lower for it. Yes, I'll probably look for shorts soon. See on the 3. Yeah, we just inverted this here. And on the 5. It was good. Broke these pre-market lows. Yeah, I want to see continuation to London low and then even Friday's low. It's just about me trying to find an entry now. I'd be okay with taking that. Let's see. From here to here. 50% is like actually up there. Okay, so I'll continue just drawing that. But I'll be ready. We have 10 a.m. news in about 7 minutes. Yeah, NQ did go blast through this. So that's good. Just made like a breaker essentially on the 2 and the 5. Let's see, 3. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just waiting for a yes to retrace a bit more for me to short it. Hopefully it does. We have a 5-minute breaker inversion and FEG that's over here. Just broke down to the downside. Where's the 5-minute high? Here. We have news in 5 minutes, okay. All right, I'm gonna chart ES there. I just entered. Go on the 5 to figure out where I'd like the stop to be. So I would go for London low. At least. I would honestly want to go for Friday's low. Yeah, I like this stop here. It's a bit above that breaker and this fair value gap. I think this should be a breakaway, meaning like I think that we shouldn't retrace back into it. We have these wicks here. I think this should remain intact. I was looking to short in here, kind of saw this wick forming, and then I just went in. So I'd want the 10 a.m. news to distribute to the downside here. Yeah, this is where I'd want to pick up my yeah. So I'm in sells. This is a good RR too. It'd be kind of crazy to go down here. Honestly, it's not kind of crazy because the range allows for it. So yeah, let's see. ES is definitely weaker, which is why I shorted ES. Could come back again in here. I wouldn't love it though. I kind of would want 10 a.m. to distribute lower. I want to see more downside follow through now would be great. Don't really love getting into a position right before 10 a.m. news. Like I've seen it go the other way. But I gotta take it because I've been looking for more confirmation and it did. So I would hate it if 10 a.m. news like starts expanding and I didn't get an entry. NQ is definitely stronger there. 10 a.m. news in about 40 seconds. So I can take this off because I remember that we do have 10 a.m. news here. I would probably pick up one at least here at London low. This is already like a nice, really nice RR, honestly. So let's see where this is 10 a.m. news about to happen. Yeah, we went lower a bit first. Expanded down here. We're expanding. Looks like we are falling through to the downside. NQ is following suit. It definitely puts that break even now. That's a nice displacement to the downside. We're up like 20 points on ES. Let's see us get to that London low. We're about pre-market low now, I think. We're near it, really close to it. I just gotta wait this out now. I'm happy I got my entry in. Up 20 points on ES, pretty good. And plus for my entry, like we're only 3 minutes after my entry, so which is good. Like it's almost at the profit target. So not easy market, but I'm happy. Found my like the silver bullet of the market maker sell model. So let's see if we reject this fair value gap that we made from the 10 a.m. We're reaching up into it. It should reject. Not worried about a retracement. Stops break even now anyway, but yeah, we'll see. My hand is pretty much off the mouse right now. That's all I'm doing. Just watching this happen. Hit the like button. I mean, no matter what. This is a risk-free trade now. It's pretty good. Congrats to the bulls like that were in at the open, and then yeah, we hit my target. ES was a lot weaker, which is why I ended up shorting ES. And we saw that follow through. It was like, let's see if we break this low, and then we respected this, and then I was like, okay, it's time for me to get in here. News did deliver to the downside. I want us to have some continuation to the downside more. It'd be kind of annoying if we get stopped out break even, but NQ is definitely rising up here. They're sweeping a little bit of the pre-market lows, but we didn't invert this yet. We did kind of, but we're still just retraced a lot. Yeah, we retraced a lot. Retraced about half from where like I entered on ES, right? Because I was up like 20 points. Now I'm up 12 or 13. But I'm like taking into account how long my trades typically take to the targets, you know, it's 10, 15, 20 minutes. I'm only in this trade for like what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 minutes now. So chilling. ES is definitely weaker. Yeah, I'd ideally want ES to respect this. It's a large FEG. And we'll see now because it just has like a bullish one here. I want it to fail here. And then we can go for more downside. Ideally, NQ fails this too. I don't really want another swing up higher. It'd be kind of annoying. See how this candle closes. I want it to close below this, ideally. Still in it though, so it's not like closing high above it, so it's decent. Just looking at this. Looks all right. At least it's wicked that high. Yeah, NQ couldn't get above to this high, so NQ's kind of looking somewhat weaker. I mean, I don't know. Looking at the hourly, guys, we just had a wick on that hourly candle previously, so it'd be kind of annoying if this hourly is also wick to the downside. Like we had a wick here. It'd be kind of annoying if we just wick this and we don't follow through at least to here. So that's why I'm kind of staying in. We just started this hourly candle at 10 a.m. So we'll see. Reaching back higher. I really don't like that close there. That's like the last line of the sand for it to reject this area and then to go lower, but honestly, we'll see because don't really like that. We didn't have the continuation lower quickly. We didn't respect this huge FEG to the downside. We're like back at the 10 a.m. open. So those are bullish. We're like at the 10 a.m. open on that 4 hour. This could be yeah, if I get stopped out, that could be the start of the reversal back higher. Just fine. Stops at break even, but we'll see. Ideally, I want it to reject this and break through here. It's like so that it stops following bullish order flow. So if it wicks this, I'm probably gonna get stop break even soon. See, I didn't wick it. It's closed in it though. It didn't like break it to the downside. We gotta see what this next candle is gonna do. Just tape reading. Furthest the break lower, but I mean, hey, if we want to stop right before, generate more equal lows, generate an equal low near London low, and then maybe you can go for that later on. You know, it's fine. Sure did retrace a lot though. And 58. That's when I entered. Time is it? 10:11. This trade for like 13 minutes. So it'd be nice if we start distributing to London low in like the next 5 minutes or so. Otherwise, you know, could get stopped. Seats 10-12. It's reaching back. It's reaching up higher again. Don't love that at all. Kind of crazy. Looking less and less likely that this trade idea is going to play out to the downside. What's odd is that like it's not like even like Nasdaq's leading us really right now. So it's not even like the upside looks that great. I feel like I've been in this trade forever, you guys. 16 minutes. It's around my average trade time actually. 16 minutes to 20 minutes. It wouldn't be even anything out of the ordinary if it did take me out break even there. It's just be kind of annoying. But I mean, on the 5, like what I'm looking at is that it could retrace up to that 5-minute fair value gap up higher, but you just got to see this through essentially. This isn't even going anywhere at the moment. It's a lot of back and forth. what makes trading kind of hard. I mean, I'd love to see more follow through to the downside. I'd love to see this break low, this low of a displacement, but hey, we are just getting a lot of consolidation. We retraced a ton. It's less and less likely. I mean, I don't really see a lot of move follow through to the upside either, but could consolidate, grind higher, stop me out. All I'm doing is like I'm taking my hands away from my mouse because I don't really want to. I didn't even get to my first target. I said I wanted first target London low. So that's all right. Got stopped out at the break even mark there. Now we just reconsider here what's going on. I mean, we're not getting a lot of upside follow through on NQ. On NQ, this is like your swing high. I mean, I think that's just going to be important. What's the reaction here if I'm going to enter another thing, another trade? Because this is now, yeah, we're in a 15-minute FEG and the 5-minute on ES is here. So I would consider looking at how we react there. Then basically did what I said could happen is that grind higher, stop me out. NQ not really leading us anymore, which is interesting, right? Like ES took out the swing high and Q didn't. So that's what I'm saying. It's like if for more upside, I'd want to see NQ lead and break above this if I was to flip long, but I'm kind of like just looking at the potential of us taking this out and then dropping down again. So right, this is our 5-minute FEG here. So, and this is also the swing high that caused that whole move lower. It's true, I could have taken some profit here after 10 a.m., but there's some things that when you're live streaming, it's a little complicated. You kind of have to be really quick with trading, but I did want this as my first target London low. So let's see. How are we going to react here? It's kind of weird that ES is now being the stronger one. I think that's very weird because it was the weaker one just now. So I don't really like that at all. If you look at the hourly, I said like the hourly, I wouldn't really want it to wick the high and the low. So we're not really getting continuation to each side. So I'm like totally fine if I get stopped at break even in this kind of environment, right? We have a huge wick to the upside and a huge wick to the downside right after. Same thing on NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is interesting because this one never even closed down, didn't close red. All right. So let's see here. We just tapped into that 5-minute FEG. We wicked above that on ES. If there's more fall through the downside, I will try again, like one more time, but I gotta see like a break of a short-term low of a displacement for me to look for more shorts again, and it's not doing that either, so. Took out the swing high. Nothing for me to do there if that's gonna be like that. Very weird, you know. NQ didn't come up to this 958 high yet. ES did. Oh, definitely a slow grind back up higher there. Kind of unfortunate we couldn't have some fall through to London low, but it's totally fine. Maybe next time I'll take a partial at 2R, but meh, it's all about some little here and there, some little tweaks. Yes, finding some speed here, but let's see if NQ falls through. What time is it right now? 10:22. I don't know what I marked there. Yeah. That's previous, these highs taken out here. So breaker, yeah, bearish breakers disrespected. I'll probably look to flip longs. We didn't retrace here yet. We did tap into this high for NASDAQ. Yeah, we do here another swing high. It's gonna rip through this. Time is it? 10:26. Okay. Nasdaq's starting to show more strength again, which is good. That's good. No, no FEG there. On the 2, did we invert on the 2? No. All right, so I'll just wait for a retracement. It's fine. It's actually 50% right here. Could do that, especially since we still 1050 is a little ways away. Otherwise, I'll still just mark out swing highs, see if we displace above them or not. Swing highs here too. We're just chugging along, grinding. It's like, it's kind of funny. I don't know. Like, I feel like it should go faster from here. If we chugged here, push up, it's kind of still kind of slow here. But it makes sense. Like, the hourly looks so, just consolidating. So it's rough. It's not such an easy environment. Our range is pretty small still on the day. We never broke London low. And then we went like 100 points up higher. So what was that? Like 280 point range on the NASDAQ probably. What are the ranges of these candles on NASDAQ? It's like 10 points or less here. Okay. What time is it? It's 10:32. I would like it if NASDAQ came here. I think that this would be a sensitive area. It's first presented fair value gap. We didn't, it's open fair value gap here too. I would think that this is sensitive. I'd want to buy that, but I don't know if it's gonna retrace because this is around 50% of this move lower. So move higher. That being said, I do have those highs here, but in case we do end up displacing more to the upside, we have this high here I'm marked out and this one here. So far it's not like I've been marking them out. We haven't been displacing, having that like second leg up. Yeah, ES struggling there here. So I would want to buy this if it came into here. We'll see. It'd be a good RR like 1 to 2. At least. 40 to make. New hive day would be actually, that would be like over, it'd be like 2.5. It's really just chugging. I mean, can't blame it though, because it's the previous hourly before such like a huge wick up to the upside. If I'm looking at, NASDAQ hourly. We had this huge wick up to the upside, which I don't blame you if you tried downside. I tried downside here. I thought it would fall through. Since NASDAQ took this, we've been, kind of doing that kind of vibe on the higher time frame. Well, that is a massive push up there higher. So let's see if it provides any entry in this FEG. What time is it? That was a nice massive move to the upside. Well, let's see if it forms one. But that was nice push up higher of these swing highs. No. Well, we'll see actually. No, didn't make a FEG. What just happened? Was there some kind of headline, you guys? Let's see. Yeah, Trump and President of China, expected to speak this week very soon, not today. CNBC. Okay. Well, I don't like that there's no FEG, so I'm not gonna take the trade. Straight up needs to be at least. So, well, we gotta just, I don't know, work out the next swing high. Just wait, because honestly, it could retrace deeply if it wanted to from this swing low to this swing high now. Look at the 5 minute. What's our, what are we looking like here? Yeah, there's a 5 minute FEG here. We inverted this. I mean, I'm not even particularly like totally bullish. It's just the fact that we couldn't, this keeps getting respected to the upside. I would think that this is a area that'll be sensitive. So I just need to wait for more structure right now. I am like kind of eyeballing ES, the fact that it is stronger. It didn't make an FEG here though. And we also didn't reach even my first targets for ES on the upside. We did respect this London low. You know, where's ES's first FEG of the day? No, all in all, there's not really a trend for the day. So let's see. First FEG of the day is actually there. Upside couldn't follow through on the downside. Well, let's see here. It looks like that was quite a move lower here for NASDAQ. Let's see what happens. This anymore. This was that high that we broke. We were remaining above it. I don't need this anymore. This was that high that we broke. We couldn't make a displacement, so I'm happy I never went long there. Now we broke a little bit lower. We're tracing just all in all into a 5-minute bullish fair value gap on NASDAQ. Let's see where on the 5 on ES actually. Let's see what's going on here. It is a little wonky. Took out all of these lows, stopped before here. Now we're all the way back up here. Disrespected this bearish breaker, filled up to the upside here. And this is where I would look for potential for tracement. We're getting near there. I don't need this anymore. Yes. All in all, don't really totally love the structure. I took one break-even trade today. You don't really see much of a trend today. Up, down, then back up again. That's been the name of the game. So let's see here. It's 10:40. Yeah, I'm watching this on NASDAQ, honestly. I'm watching to see this with this open FEG and first presented fair value gap kind of overlap here. So if I were going to go long, I'd want to see it sort of come here, wick, then strong reaction, then I'd probably look for longs. But until then, just got to tape read this, see how this holds up. See this move down to get sustained until here, then will we reverse, or is this going to just what's going to happen here? There's no reason for me to try shorts again. Like the retracement on the way up, super deep, didn't really show much more respecting more price action to the downside. So I'm happy all in all, like putting my stop there, break even, and not like I pressed more shorts. I was trying to look for longs here, never retraced. Didn't even hit my upside targets there. So let's see here. I don't need this anymore either. Okay. And for ES, it's here. Yeah, I could dig a little bit like into this. So I don't really like the swing low is here for ES, and this is the swing high it broke. So it could potentially even disrespect this and dig deeply. Anyway, let's continue watching here as we move back and forth.
In the chat, have you guys taken a trade yet today? Yes or no? Let me know. Nasdaq back at that previous swing high there. Let's see if it drops down into that area here. The worst thing that would happen now is like if price action just kind of continues with the small candles. So, I mean, let's see. See, I'd want it to retrace here. And have, for more upside, I'd want it to like have a sensitive, nice, strong reaction and then have more upside. And that would kind of coincide, 1050 macro. If it were to do that, perhaps. This is like where it's like the end of the hourly candle. The issue is though, with this hourly candle, where I'm looking at, it's like, how do you think this candle is going to close? Kind of a wonky hourly. Took out previous hourly lows and, we retraced all the way up. We had its very large range relative to the previous that we've seen. It's just like, it's not like there's easy swing highs and there's follow through to go for. If anything on the 4 hour, we retraced here, had that wick on the 4 hour, failed to have more follow through. We could retrace again to here, sure. The 4 hour, we're having an inside candle. Okay. See on ES 4 hour. As always, if the 1 minute's not so clear, you could always go to the higher time frames. Just to get a better idea. This is the 15 minutes, just funny. Because, he had this up candle. And so anybody that stayed long there for ES and wanted that follow through, didn't get it, dropped like I don't know, what's a good analogy? Dropped like a sock. Like a shoe. I don't know, the shoe drop. I don't know. And then my point is, we wicked here. Now we're back up. We have more upside for ES there, but it has been weaker. It doesn't even have to get there. So that's why I'm not so eager. That's why I'm kind of waiting for NASDAQ, because NASDAQ's supposed to be stronger, that hourly. NASDAQ didn't even close to the downside there versus ES if I'm looking at the two, right? Here side by side. All in all, it's still kind of wonky. But this closed down near its lows on ES. NASDAQ, it didn't close red, There's no divergences really on the downside on the hourly like that, It's not like that we made a new swing low on ES either. So I'm not so bullish, but if something were to line up here, I'd want to see more leadership from the NAS. Otherwise, I said, like, what the worst thing that could happen right now is that we just kind of just have small candles in the middle of this range. I'm kind of cognizant of that fact. We're just in the middle of the range, so I don't want to really buy straight here. I'm anticipating it could be a sensitive area, and especially if we make some lows here, we can sweep them. But I need more my point is I wouldn't just buy here. I'd want to see some 1 minute more momentum to the upside. Let's see here. I got a good sleep fitness score, at least 94. Slept for 7 hours, 57 minutes. My priority is really you really don't underestimate. You really underestimate how much like a good night's sleep affects your performance. Helps you a lot, and how much like a bad night's sleep could totally mess up and give you like brain fog. Hmm. I mean, that's what I'm kind of we made lows here. It's the sensitive area here again, but let's see if we sweep out these lows into this. I'd want this to hold, honestly, this swing low that made the next swing high, right? This is on the 1 minute, the swing low. Let's look at the other time frames here. Yeah, it's also on the 2, 3. Plus, yeah, if I draw that fib out, yeah, this is in a discount of this leg up. So yeah, we'll see. Let's see, it's 10:49. ES, definitely looking, the structurally, ES is still much stronger. What I do like about it is that it made almost an equal high here. So like that double top where it could, if we do retrace, it could take this out nicely. It's like building liquidity up high here. But to me, we're kind of doing that on both sides, right? Building liquidity here, equal lows, equal highs now. So it's always got to be cautious then if it's retracing into the middle. NASDAQ, we fell asleep over, honestly, the last 10 minutes right here. It's like kind of like time distortion. Just like I said, it would be the worst if there's small candles, not a lot of movement. I prefer when it's fast wicks to the downside, and you have nice fast reversals. Yeah. This looked very promising here, this downside, that 10 a.m. downside. Too bad that wasn't sustained. But overall, I think I'm happy with how I executed today. What's the chat thing? What do you guys think? We're gonna stay in the middle? Are you guys bullish or bearish right now? Because it's changed now. We've hit some different levels than from pre-market. Let's see. Alan Martin, you're welcome. Yeah, NQ is weaker. It's Flyfish, a thank you, said dropped like a rock. It dropped like a rock. Gotta work on those colloquialisms. I'm like the worst at idioms. I'm always saying the wrong one. I'm like, it's hanging on by a string. No, it's hanging on by a thread, Yo, I said dropped like a sock and it's dropped like a rock. Oh man. That's why I got the chat to help me out there. I really don't love this kind of action where we're just kind of slow grinds. Yeah, we do have Papa Pal speaking at 1 p.m. That's true. You know, that could be interesting. I mean, he definitely moves the market. That's like definitely red folder, high impact news. It's like ultra red folder news. Smith Greed said, so did today reach its daily ATR already? If it did, like, I feel like it's just gonna grind. It actually didn't. It's lower. Because here's 163. This high is it's around 300. You moved around 300 points so far on the day. The ATR is 383. So it's a smaller range than usual. I mean, we can just, yeah, I'm thinking that we do sort of range the rest of the session until Powell. Does that make sense? If we have some afternoon red folder, looking forward to that. Like, you know, we could have a smaller range until then. So whatever, got stopped like, yeah, what I consider it's break even. I always put the stop a bit, so I like don't lose money on commissions and stuff. So it's like two ticks plus 2 ticks on ES. It's not anything crazy. I could have taken maybe one partial here if I wanted to be super, you know, micromanaging about it. But that's why you show up every day. There's always some tweaks you can do. Otherwise, though, I'm fine with this. We hit that upside target and right away at the open. Then there was a reversal. I did wait for a confirmation till here. Yeah, then stop break even. That's it. Let's see here. We're very slow here. Very slow. It's not, market's kind of feeling dead at the moment here. So don't really want to put on more risk. It's looking like these small 10-point ranges on the NASDAQ 1 minute. Yeah. Like, yeah, let's see. It's coming lower towards these lows and towards this. See if it ends up doing anything. It could sweep this and just stay within here. That would be the most annoying thing if it kind of just barcodes within this area. Like for more longs, I would want to see us wick it and then have a strong reversal.
Hey, Tanya.
Hey, Jim, how are you?
Hey, Stowe.
Morning. Morning, Tanya. What's up?
Good morning, Stowe. How are you?
I'm all right. How you doing?
I'm good. Took a break-even trade today. It's pretty slow morning for me. How about you?
I'm in a size down timeout for myself right now. So I took one trade and it was extremely tight and safe, and I just took a quick base hit. That's it.
All right, nice. Yeah, that's the name of the game right now. These base hits, honestly. I might have to adjust a little bit more, but we didn't reach my first target. We got so close to it though. Might have well taken a little partial there. That's my point. But yeah, all's well that ends well here. It's kind of weird to me, honestly, that ES is stronger than the NASDAQ right now. So I can't be too bullish in that regard. If NASDAQ's not leading.
The thing that has been killing me, I think, and today's a good example of it, I'll talk about, is my big, one of my bigger setups is, pushing at the edge of a trend. And these reversals have just been so violent off of the trend. Like, I mean, yeah, the 5-minute opening range was almost 200 points. And then we somehow came down and took out the RTH open.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, exactly. And that's like, I literally like kind of put that in my mind as like a possibility as I'm trading. I'm like, okay, even though we have these like huge opens to the upside, we've seen them get taken away, and I can visualize that even happening, and then it makes me less like surprised, but it is always remarkable when that happens, because you can't imagine like all the people that were long versus these lows, and then they just got, stopped out right there.
Yep. Yes, they did.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Mhm.
lots of I don't know if this is like a regime change or like I don't know. I'm just feeling that. Like last week I had a big red week. I'm going to talk about it. But this feels like when you feel like the vibe shift and you're like, "Huh, some of this stuff is, starts to feel suspect."
Yeah. Totally. Totally.
Well, this S&P, the S&P is traded for 5 days in a row. It's printed 5,900 even for 5 days in a row.
Oh, wow.
Crazy.
This market.
Yeah. Any event, Tanya, that was great. Thank you for being with us this morning.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I mean, I'm always happy to be here, especially like I feel like this definitely, sharpens my mind, sharpens the knife.
It drops like a sock.
In the chat, tell me if I got that one right.
That was pretty good.
Sharpens the knife. Is that real?
I don't know. Sharpens the Quran. It could be anything. I don't know. I'm not good at those things either, Tanya.
And I think is I like doing that. I like saying idioms that I never say them right. It's a Tanya-ism.
That's a Tanyaism. Yep.
The Tanyaisms are going to be better than the original quotes, though. They'll be the future.
I'll put those. Yeah, that's a good idea. When I make our NinjaTrader calendar, we'll make a Tanyaism section for that too. We've got like Jim's wise word sayings, Tanyaisms. We'll put them all in there.
Oh, man. Any event, Tanya, thanks again. Stowe is going to be grabbing the. We got the Stowe's charts up already. Is that true?
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. Well, we will see you tomorrow, Tanya. Appreciate you being here.
Ciao. Thank you.
All right,
All
see
right.
ya.
Nick for a Tick's already asking about the Fed trading card release.
I'm telling you, it's a great idea. I don't know. Leo was not as big of a fan of it, so I've got some work to do on Leo to get him behind the idea. But somebody tweeted me yesterday that they're gonna throw away their their Waller card. He must have said something over the weekend.
Oh my God. Well, you could even go back in time and do all the FOMC, presidents from the start, and you could have stats on the back of the card. They
That's
ushered
what I'm
in
saying.
inflation. Yeah, yeah.
This
I like
has got to be easily accomplishable. I mean, ChatGPT's come a long way, and if I could think of any good use for AI technology, it would be this.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I agree with you, man. So
Did you have a good weekend, Jim?
Yeah, it was good. Thank you for asking. It was we
Sure.
went to the beach a couple days with the new pup, and
Nice.
that's always fun.
So wait, so that pup probably didn't grow up near an ocean. So what was that experience like?
Yeah, no, he didn't. He was fine. I mean, he was. We were throwing the tennis ball around. It would go in the water, but not too deep. He didn't just take off swimming away. I thought, this dog might just start swimming away, and I'm gonna have to go try to save it. But no, it was fine. It was good. Good times.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah,
That's great.
thank you for asking.
Sure.
All right, so no trade yet right now.
No, I took one. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to get into it, but I'm in a timeout for myself. So I'm half size for further notice. And I just took this retest off of the weekly open once we cleared it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I just sat and watched this. I'm trying to just watch more this week. That's my big focus. A lot of my setups aren't working. Like this is a setup for me, this big opening drive continuation. I did not see this reversal coming. So I would have gotten eaten alive in here trying to stay long had I been using, the old playbook. So, markets change. Your playbook gets rusty. You got to come up with new plays. So I'm kind of in that mode right now of just tweaking and trying to be careful. So I got a good trade here on the other side of this V once I saw that that pullback respected, and then I got quickly out of it. The other thing I'm trying to do this week is base hits.
Yeah.
The end.
All right. I like it. I like it. That's my last words before I let you go is always be learning. ABL, always be learning. You just said it out loud.
Yep.
The paradigm of the market is tricky. It changes all the time.
Yeah, the game's hard.
Game's
They don't
hard,
make it easy,
absolutely.
dude.
Oh, man. All right, all right. Well, I'll let you do your thing. I'll be in the chat and keeping an eye on things.
Awesome. Thank you, my friend.
Thanks, Phil.
Morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. Morning, Tracy. Good to see you. Dropped like a sock. That made me laugh. Thank you, Tanya. That brought me some joy. Good morning, Rogue. Good morning, Rogue Shots. Good morning. Good morning, Nick. Yeah, Sai, I'm not long from 350. You know, I'm taking it easy, and we'll get into that. So, I mean, this is a decent spot for sure, but I didn't feel the need to jump in because I don't know what this day is going to do. This liquidation was pretty crazy. Yeah. So nope. 2020, yo. What is up, Josh? Good morning. Good morning. Oh, good afternoon, Salah. Good morning, Mr. Leo. Good morning. Yep. See what I mean? Just these violent liquidations coming off of this stuff. It's like the most brutal version of chop where, you know, trend following is not it's not being rewarded right now. And so I think I spent a majority of last week you know, trying to press my edge against that against a market that wasn't, you know, really responding to that edge. I probably spent like, I don't know, 2 extra days doing that than I should have before I realized that the edge was dulling. And you know, that'll happen. Happens all the time. So we're gonna get into that. While we're not in a trade right now, I don't really see one that I'm looking for other than I'd like to see this. Like Sai said, you know, surprised I'm not long from right here. I'm going to wait for this to come down and retest some of these spots before I get in, you know, like weekly open, +1 standard deviation band. I'm not going to mess around in the middle because I think that I don't really see any trend like forming here. The bands have leveled out. It's just a weird day. So I'm going to chill. When you have a 5-minute opening range that is almost 200 points, that's kind of a precarious spot to be in. So we're going to take it easy. We're going to go over my stats. Spoiler alert, they're really bad. So everybody get ready to see a lot of red numbers. But before I do that, I just wanted to talk for a little bit about myself and kind of reintroduce myself to people that maybe have tuned in, haven't been, you know, listening the whole time since we started. I think we're in our 3rd month now of doing this stream. And, you know, as I was going over, since I had such a bad week, I had a lot of homework to do this weekend and I had a lot of thinking to do, which is, you know, never good. But, I was thinking about the reason that I wanted to start doing this in the first place. And, you know, when I got this opportunity from NinjaTrader and from Orderflow Labs and from Leo to, you know, do this, and when I thought about doing it, the reason I decided to take this, you know, on, which is, you know, it was a big decision. It's a lot of pressure. You have to put your face on the internet. which is a weird thing to do. The reason I wanted to do it was because when I was learning how to trade, I didn't really have, you know, someone to watch that was just like me. Just, you know, someone who was learning. And back then it was a lot of like, you could either find, you know, people that had been around for a very long time or, you know, had, you know, a course or something like that to follow. There wasn't a lot of just normal people trading and working their way through it. And I think that's also amazing that Delhi has built this thing in Shab. They've built this really awesome community that didn't exist before. So, I'm very grateful to them for doing that, and for all of these, future traders too. But yeah, I've only been trading for 4 years. I've been trading full time for about a year and a half. And part of, trading for everybody, I assume, but trading for me is like, I'm going to hit spots that aren't very fun to be in. And, I was talking to my friends and thinking about it over the weekend, how to go about, talking about that in a positive way. And it's really hard. It doesn't feel good to share when you're losing, but I think it's ultimately going to be a benefit for me to go through this process with you. And also hopefully for, people that are watching that are just like me. You can see that it's normal to go through, down periods where your edge deteriorates, where you need to pivot, where you need to think, because it's times like these where you can either blow up or rein it in and survive and figure out how to get to the next phase of, where you're executing well and where your edge is working again. And then, ride that as long as you can, until your edge dulls again. And then hopefully my mantra personally is I try to make the distance between each mistake I make further apart every time I make that mistake. Like, I'm going to get into all the things that I did wrong last week, but ideally after I'm done going through those with you, there will be a much bigger gap between the time that I make those mistakes again. And I know I'm going to make them again because I'm not perfect. And the market is hard. So I've accepted that I'm going to make mistakes. And it's my job to just make them less frequently each time that I make them. So I don't know. Hopefully that resonates with you too. Yeah. So let's just look at this. Let's just get it out of the way. It's gross. All right. Behold. All right. There we go. There's my stats from last week. This is 4 trading days. I did trade Friday. And then, after I wasn't in sync with Friday either. I tried to stay long and just got I was up for a little bit and then got nuked on that reversal. And that was the big, okay, you're not seeing the market right now. You're not seeing the market this week in a good way. There's nothing about this. This is good. I mean, percent profitable, 51.9%, but I mean, my average win to loss is 0.57. I mean, horrendous. That's just like a slow death when you start to see numbers like that. And so after a week like this, what that specific ratio to me looks like is it means I'm getting about a quarter of my position off and then losing 75% of that position. So that, yeah, completely unacceptable. Have to change. Don't know necessarily what to change yet, but that's what we're going to work on. And the things that I'll do in the meantime, while I'm in this, purgatory or pain cave or however you want to say it, is a couple things. And we'll talk about those too. But yeah, so just here for transparency, this is it. It's gross. I've got nothing good to say about it. There's not a single redeemable part of this, honestly. Yeah, there's nothing good. Nothing good at all. It's all really bad. I find myself like I'm in these trades for a really long time too. That I also thought was weird. Like my average time in market is way up. It's 15 minutes to trade. That's quite strange. Yeah. Yeah. I just have nothing good to say about this. So yeah, I'm gonna put it away. And the thing that we're gonna do with that, now that it's gone, is it's gone. I'm gonna take that terrible week, I'm gonna crumple it up, and I'm gonna throw it away because dwelling on that specific P&L, those specific stats, it's not going to help me in the future. I know it's all bad. So the only thing we can do now is take steps to recover and take steps to get better. So the first thing, size way down. I don't like to stop trading when I'm in a drawdown, but I got to size down. So I'm down to 2 micros. That's it. So I'm risking $60 a trade, the end until further notice. And the other thing about that is I'm taking my base hits. I'm going to take 15 points and 30 points and be done and not worry about where that trade is going from there. Clearly part of my edge that used to exist that is at least getting a little bit rusty in this market right now is being able to press into the edges for continuation. So I'm not going to look for that anymore until the market shows me that that's how it wants to trade again. So size down, number 1, base hits, number 2, and those are 2 big steps we can just do right out the gate. That's going to protect our capital while we're getting our heads kicked in a little bit. And then it's also going to build up some good vibe with the market again. Because when you're in the pain cave, there's lots of horrible mental stuff that pops in too. So you can think about and I mean, I'm also doing it in front of all of you. So it gets even weirder, and it can turn into a negative pretty quickly. And then you can just kind of become your own self-fulfilling prophecy, and you can just get in a losing mindset if you're not careful. So the other thing that base hits helps us do is it helps build some positive reinforcement. I took some good trades today. Did I only get 45 points on 2 micros? Yeah. That still was a good trade, and it's over, and I can bank that good trade. And because we've completely thrown out last week, we looked at it together, and now it's gone. We can start new, and we can start with base hits, and we can build that positivity back up again. Because I need it mentally, for sure, after last week. I need some base hits. I need some winners. The other thing, too, is I think the pressure of, having an account and trading it in front of people and showing the P&L is I want to do really well. That's just my drive. That's just how I am as a person. I want to win. I want to figure out how to win. And the market doesn't really work like that. And when sometimes what happens to me is I'll get into, I'll just kind of slip into a results oriented mindset. And that's a really unhealthy way to trade. You have to be process driven, not results driven, but sometimes it happens by accident, and you just end up in this mode where, you're just trying to press, you're trying to win, you want to make money, you want to be successful, you want to prove that you can do this, not just to yourself, but other people. And that's tricky. That's a tricky mental balance to be in. And it's not really a good place to trade from for me specifically. I have to care about this way less than I've been caring about it. Basically, I have to be way more zen, and I just haven't been at all. I got caught up, had a couple bad days. The other thing that happened is I screwed up my execution. I had my, just the way that my bracket was set, I wasn't paying attention to it. And at some point on one of those losing days, I had 14 lots on, because I'd accidentally been putting 4 on at a time instead of 1 on at a time. And we make jokes about, excuses and stuff, but there's no excuses. When you trade, it's your fault no matter what happens. So, and you have to own that 100%. So yeah. So I got crazy oversized because I wasn't paying attention. That's a pretty big mistake. So yeah, when I'm making dumb mistakes like that too, that'll also compound if you're not careful and let that turn into a negative mindset also. So yeah. Um yeah. Well, it's not fun. I hope that we can get through it together and we can both be armed with, some more tools to protect ourselves when these sorts of things happen, when drawdowns come. And um and yeah. So that's my little speech about that. I'll check the chat now. See what you guys are up to. How everybody else is doing. Good morning. Good morning, Mark. Good morning. Ty says, I have a question. Why does it go up when PMI wasn't the best? Yeah, I don't know, man. No clue. Yeah, you're welcome for sharing. Yeah, everybody that says thanks for sharing, of course. That's the entire point. That's why I'm doing this. I want you to get better. I want it to make me better too. And I think that through the whole process that's going to be, I think it's going to be good for both of us. 2020 says trade the sim. I don't quite like to do that. I'm not there yet with this drawdown. If it gets really bad, if sizing down doesn't work, then we'll do that. But we're not there yet. I want to keep some skin in the game, because that helps me work through the process too. If I switch to sim, I might start um, not executing because I'm not worried about the risk. Yes, Cy. Last week is dead to us. That's important. Um, yeah, there was a good well, he was a good manager. His name is Clint Hurdle, and he managed the Pittsburgh Pirates for a very long time. And he was one, I don't know if you know this about the Pirates or follow baseball, but we're an extremely small market team that doesn't have a lot of money. And in baseball, as there is no salary cap, it's a pretty hard thing to make that team make the playoffs. And Clint Hurdle pulled it off. Um, for years, he pulled a team out, and we made the wild card game, and then we made the actual playoffs. It was a big thing for the city. So ultimately, he left, and but one thing that Clint Hurdle used to always say is it's important to be good. It's important to have talent, but you also have to shower well. And what that means is after the game, you go into the shower, and when you come out, that game's done. That game's in the past. There's nothing you can do to learn anything additional from your poor performance. You got to shower well. You got to go on to the next game, because that's the thing that you can change. I can't change my bad week in the past. I can only change the weeks in the future. And I have people that count on me to be able to trade and execute well. My girls count on me for that. Yeah. So this is my job. I take it extremely seriously. And that's why I'm putting yesterday in the past like that, because it's important to shower well. It's also important to shower, I guess, in general, but not in front of your cat. Yeah, Tolman, the pain cave. You can have that if you want to. Yeah, you're welcome, Juan. No problem. Oh, somebody asked for the protein coffee mix again. Sure. So what I've been doing, what I've found, I've messed with it a couple times. So I have one of those Ninja blenders, right? Which is just it's like a cup, and then you press it on the thing and it blends it around. So what I've been doing is 8 ounces of just normal almond milk, so unsweetened, 8 ounces of cold brew coffee, and then 2 scoops of vanilla whey protein powder, which is 30 grams of protein. And then blend that up and pour that over ice. It's going to be pretty thick to start, but give it a second, and then it gets to not quite a smoothie consistency, and it tastes really good. I'm kind of getting addicted to it. So Oh, One Good Trade. That's a book? Okay, maybe I'll check that out. Grammar, if you haven't been showering until just now, you can maybe see how long you can go. Maybe that's a Guinness World Record that you can get to. The person, the dirtiest the dirtiest person in the world. Young Bleezy, I don't think I'm going to get huge, but hopefully it just helps my running recovery a little bit. No, Keith, I just trade this one cash account. I have a different funded account that I trade also in addition to this cash account, but I don't trade that on here. So this is the only account that I trade on all the NinjaTrader shows. So yeah, this was a weird day. We can talk about let's just go back and look at the stuff that we always look at. Where's our? There we go. So here's our London Open. Not much to glean. Kind of bounced off of it. This was interesting. I know there was some. I'm pretty sure there was some 8:30 news. What was that? No, actually there wasn't. So these are kind of some interesting signals to see pre-market. This is kind of like RTH behavior. A couple of exhaustive pushes into this 240 spot, but yeah. And then once we got going, it was just turbo bid city. First of the month, like I don't know if that plays into that. If people just need to, this is some rebalancing stuff, but like I said, I didn't jump in because I took that play out of my playbook for now. I don't really have a ton of plays left, which is good. I'm just trying to do my A++ stuff. The other thing, and this is good to call back on, Merritt and I were on last Tuesday, and I was pressing into the edge of a trend day, and Merritt said, after a while, after a lot of trading, you earn the right to take those, marginal trades as long as you can manage them correctly. And what I did last week is I don't have that right. I did not earn that at all. So I need to take that playbook away from myself until I earn the right to be able to manage that trade correctly. Because I was pushing a lot of those edges, not managing them correctly, and they were coming back in my face with size. And especially you see that like 0.5 profit factor. That's the first thing that says to me is just like, yeah, you're only getting one lot off. You're only winning 25% of your sizing, and that's terrible. So your execution sucks. Something sucks. Something's not working. You got to drill in and figure that out. So that's what I've taken off the plate for now. A couple other things happened too. Looking at the way that I managed some of the short continuation days. Someone told me on Twitter too, when I was explaining I was in this drawdown, they were like, yeah, when you're only looking for longs, this will happen on down days. And it's like, it wasn't that. It wasn't that at all. It's just my spots where I would execute are, they're not working. That's it. They're just not working. So, and like, that's on me. When those spots stop working, you got to find new spots. So this is about finding new spots, finding different ways to manage that inconsistency too. So, hey, Omni. Good morning, homie. Sam, I do wash my legs. Yeah, that's one area. That's one area that I wash typically. No, Sai, I don't. I don't know why the spots stopped working. Part of that is like I don't really look for the why very often anyway. is because I find it's not useful. But it could be anything. I mean, this whole thing, it's just like, we're getting into a different time of the year. Whatever it is. Like, we can look at the high time frame chart. Like, look at this thing. Look at this dumb thing. I mean, part of it is probably that, like, I'm trying to press to get out of this balance, and it's not happening. We're still smack dab in the middle of it. And like Jim said, I mean, this is NQ, but I'm sure if I pulled up the ES version of this, it's going to be 5,900 right here in the middle, which, and here we are. So that's part of it. Like, two false breaks, false breakdown, false breakout. And then we're just sitting right here at the seemingly the fairest price of all time. Now, this is it's doing the 5 days doing like a double distribution kind of, and this is where we rejected today. We got all the way into that node though, so like, see, even that reads bad. If this was going to reject properly, and I thought we were going to stay in it. I thought this thing was going to the moon today, but if we were going to reject, I would assume it would be at this 430 spot, but we smashed all the way to 460. Who knows? Who knows why? So yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, so I mean, typically the market gets slow, but like, it's that gets into seasonality trading, and like, I don't particularly look at that. We've got a lot of stuff going on in the world with our presidency, with everything that is not normal based on previous seasonal things. So I don't look at seasonality anyway, but I definitely don't look at it this year. It's just one extra thing I don't pay any mind to. Yeah, sure. But in the past it has slowed down. I don't know if it's going to. I mean, also in 2022 it was a bear market and it was not slow, and it was a freaking nightmare. So it can do summer can do lots of different things. All depends on all the factors going around it that none of us control. Was it 21 Omni? Was that the bear market? I don't know. Either way. Or no, 21 was slow. 21 was insanely slow. I think me and Omni traded that entire summer together. Yeah. Yeah. It was 17-point ES range days. That was terrible. Yeah. See, Ryan, good point there. Yep. Last summer was crazy with the yen carry trade. And you never know when that stuff's going to show up. I mean, I don't, but I'm not an economist or, a professional at a bank. I'm just a guy in a room. Yeah. Bear was 22. Okay. Ugh. That was terrible. That was a horrible year to learn lots of hard lessons. Susie asks, how long do you give yourself to know something is off? A week of bad stats, 2 weeks? I mean, a week like that is bad. So I'm like, whoa, dude. Okay, time to chill. And when I'm making stupid mistakes, like I put on 14 lots instead of 4, that's like inexcusable. That's a timeout anyway. Personally, you gotta I mean, when my kid says a bad word, she's got to get a timeout. It's like the same theory. You got to think about what you did, figure out how to not do it again. So yeah, Susie, for me, I mean, a week is enough. A week is enough to get some context and at least size down and start to put my head on a swivel and think about stuff a little more. All right, so there's the Europe close. Didn't really do anything. We're just stuck up here in this higher balance on the day. And yeah, like I said, we're just right smack dab in that 5-day profile too. So Yeah. Ryan blew up in 22 and he was a bear. Yeah. Isn't that weird? Bear markets. So very hard to trade. Yeah, I learned a lot that year too. Jeff says, I still just haven't even had a chance to do anything. Frustrated by this consolidation. Well, also he says, everything is telling me continuation up, but I don't trust it. So yeah, I mean, the vibes work both ways, man. So if things are being sus, like I said, when I was talking to Tanya, like this is gross. Look at this, nasty open and then retrace. I mean, come on, this is a bloodbath. And when the market's doing stuff like this on the reg, you can go back and look at last week too. I mean, some of these were giant drives down and then complete retraces, and that yeah, that's not tradable for me. So it's like no way to get into this, and no way to get into this. So I gotta let. Yeah, maybe we're coming. Maybe we're coming to our first idea. I have to let extreme moves play out, and then pick my spots a lot better based on when those moves slow down. Maybe that's a good thing that we can start with process wise. I don't hate that. That's good. All right, team. We're coming up with it. First one. That's our first thing. We're not going to press into extreme moves. We're going to let them chill out. And then we'll execute off of that. Cool. Let's work on that this week. And the other thing, too, if you guys see me doing dumb stuff, not following the rules that I'm literally saying into the microphone right now, please tell me. Because like I need, accountability goes both ways. And the more people I have that can tell me I'm not doing something I said I was going to do, that'll help me a lot. So if you all can do me that favor, that would mean a lot to me. Yeah, we've got J Pow at 1. Accountability buddies. That's right. And I mean, everybody needs that too. It's so it's good. Leo, but they put that bracket on again. They're doing the bracket thing. Dumb bracket. Yeah, everybody needs that accountability, just in general, because this is a stressful game, and the the more of a chance you can give yourself, the better. Yeah, so I consider this. So I didn't take this trade. This is like a B trade. I'm trying to grade my trades a little better too. So we're consolidating up here, respecting this node for like the 5th time. That's a B trade. Didn't take it. It's not an A. This is my A plus down here. Or at least run down to this other side of balance and then reclaim. I'm not going to buy stuff that's just hanging off of this LVN. If it goes without me, that's fine. Yeah, Scott, no problem. I lost almost $2,000. Let me find it. $1,920. Yeah, sure. Are you writing it down? You making a spreadsheet for me about how bad my trading is? You got 230 flat there? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. retest that. I mean, it almost got there, but like I can't. This is the other thing. Like I'm not. I haven't been able to buy my like my good spots because they're not like quite. The price is not doing the stuff at my areas that it normally would do. Like before it bounces, right? Like this is just like this was a total knife catch. If somebody got in this, great, good for you. But that was not an A plus for me when it was down there. It just looked like Knife City. Yeah, Matt. Yep. And I mean, 20% is bad. That's super extreme to be in that level of a drawdown. Oh, okay, Nick, fair enough. Yeah, I can't be pressing the button and clenching right now. I've lost that right to do that. We got to get back on sides. Knife City sounds like a cool place. Come on down to Knife City. That's cool. It could be like a roadside attraction. Did you go to Disney World this year with your kids? No, we went to Knife City. Matt, what do you mean by my call it quit moment? Quit what? Yeah, that's a decent low, Bleasy, for sure. Oh, thanks, bud. I appreciate that, Scott. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I hope so. I want to be good. Yeah, I want to be good at this. If I'm going to do something, I want to be good at it. That's typically how I approach everything. But sometimes you got to be you have to be humble in those moments too. So sometimes it's not you can't force it. You can't force good P&L. You can't force good trading. You have to let that happen. And also, I'm trying to be good at streaming. I'm trying to be good for you guys to watch. I don't want to come on and be lame. That would defeat the purpose for me too. So I think maybe I was also pressing a little hard, for those reasons too. So I was kind of confusing my desire to be good at streaming and talking and narrating and doing those things, which I can control, with my desire to have good P&L and make money from the market, which you can only control to a degree. You're not in 100% control of that. So I think that was maybe also a mental place that I was getting to that wasn't very good. So I got to pull back for that reasons too. Sigh, I'm not the most humble trader ever, but the market is like the most humbling device that there is. I mean, how can you have a week like that last week and, not be humbled to a degree? This machine is extremely powerful and it's super dangerous. And when, it'll suck your money up just as fast as it spits it out. So you either be humble or get humbled. And I've learned that lesson a long time ago. Oh, Matt, I'm not going to stop trading. Um, like I'm not going to call it quits ever. I'm much too stupid to quit. I have I have a cockroach mentality. I can't be killed. Um, I mean, it will suck. It will suck if I draw down the whole amount, but I mean, I guess it's possible eventually. I should be able to control it better than that, though. If I draw down a whole 10K, that would be extremely weird. Um, I would have to, I'd have to make a bunch of mental mistakes and really tilt and do all kinds of bad stuff. Um, so yeah, I'm going to manage it the best that I can. Like, and that's what we're doing right now. We're going to slow down and stay in the game, keep getting our reps every day. Um, and, talk about that survival process, because surviving is half of I mean, it's probably more than half. It's probably like 75% of the game is just staying in the game, because if you run out of money, you can't play anymore. So it's important not to run out of money. And that's gets into like bankroll management and stuff like that, and stuff like we're doing now. Like, I can't throw 4 lots on right now. I can't take these trades. Did that trade work? Sure. It's a B. I don't have the right to take B trades right now. Maybe next week. Maybe next week I'll get that right back. Oh, okay. Not quit for good. Matt says, not quit for good, but sort of go back to the drawing board. One step is realizing that you may be doing it wrong, and having that sort of stop in place ahead of the time is important. Yeah, for sure. I think wrong is maybe not the right word, like, because I don't think that there are specific right and wrong ways to trade. Because, we all trade, everybody on the show trades completely differently. Some of the OFL dudes trade, we all trade similarly sometimes, but I mean, you'll often find us on the opposite side of a trade. So every person looks at the market in their own specific way. But yeah, I completely agree that you have to have, I just consider it when your edge is dulling, when your edge is deteriorating. You have to be able to ring your own alarm bells in those moments, because like, you don't have a boss if you're just trading. Um, you're your own boss, which is great, but it also sucks because you're in charge of telling yourself when you need to take a break um, and do stuff like that, which is hard. It's hard to do. It's not easy to be self-aware and honest with yourself in those moments, because I mean, losing money sucks. It's not fun. Um, Never mind that it's poor performance. Like, also your money goes away, so it's not great. It doesn't feel good. But yeah, thanks, Matt. Those are good questions, and I appreciate you asking. Yeah, maybe Scott. Maybe I could. Maybe I'll change the way that my stops are managed. I'm open to that. Maybe me never moving a stop to break even is not a good idea, or maybe that's something that used to work for me and doesn't work for me anymore. I'm willing and open to look at all kinds of stuff like that. I am. One thing I really like about myself is I'm extremely open to feedback, and I try to receive criticism and feedback really well. I think that makes, like, the most impressive and strong, successful people I've ever known in my life are all people that receive feedback really well and don't take it personally, and don't have an ego tied to that feedback in any way. So that's something I think about all day, every day. So, there's nothing that's not on the table for me to think about changing in this time. I'm just in this balance now. Does anybody know what J Pow's talking about? Like, where is it? Just like, I mean, I see it's a red folder on my data thing, but is he giving a speech to a college? Like, what is he up to? Yes, dual mandate. His other things. International Finance Division 75th Anniversary Conference. How wonderful. See, now that's a great idea for my for my trading cards. We could have, there could be a whole 75th anniversary, um, Chrome collectible, limited to 10, Jerome Powell 75th anniversary speech variant. There's really no end to the amount of trading cards we can make for the Fed. Exactly, Fly It There. You get it. Oh, thank you, Jim. Wolf, no, that's not me. I don't trade. The only thing I trade is futures. I don't mess with anything else. That's I mean, trading levered Nvidia is a joke that I often make about Nasdaq, but that's just a joke. I didn't know there was really a 2x long Nvidia ETF. Yeah, it could have been somebody else, or I just made that Nvidia joke. I don't know, because I do think it's a funny joke to make. You don't know, Fly. I mean, if there's an audience of 700 people for the Fed trading cards, that might be enough. I mean, how many do we need? Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. No problem. It's not fun. It's not super fun to be transparent, but I did promise, and that's what that's what I wish that I could have seen when I was starting out, and I didn't see that. So if I do anything on this show or ever was streaming or whatever the heck I'm doing with this, I hope that at least, I hope that at least I put something into the world that didn't exist before that helps somebody. So,
Dude.
Is it time? Oh my God, I didn't even take a whole trade this whole time.
Oh, that's okay, man. That was awesome though. It's you have courage to do what you did. And
Thanks, Jim.
I appreciate that. I don't know how many times in my career I've went from king of the universe, maybe master of the universe, to I'm never trading again. I'm joining Space Force to fight aliens.
Yep, exactly.
And it's emotional, it's tough. But what you did, and what I think you're going to continue doing, which is important, is kind of doing that post game analysis of, all right, what did I do wrong? Maybe I didn't do anything wrong. You have even Shohei Ohtani, MVP every year, just about now. He has slumps, right? I mean, sometimes even in October, but it's you get out of them.
Yep, exactly. A slump is all part of the process, and like. Variance also does not have a memory. Like it does not have a sense of time. So when when we're doing stuff that involves variance and probabilities, like you're going to get hit with stuff. And I made a lot of mistakes last week for sure, but there's going to be times when I'm not making mistakes and it still sucks just because that the variance is all going to hit at that time. So I don't know. It's not fun, but I like, it's, you gotta go through it. So it's good. At least I have you guys to talk to about it.
Yeah, no, you have great. This is what makes NinjaTrader live stream great. I mean, not only me, but you got, least of all me, but you've got, Leo and everybody at the Order Labs team. And then you got Tanya, you got Kane. So there's a lot of different influences here that help me anyway, think about the paradigm of the market and trading styles, even when they're different than mine. So I think it's a very positive thing.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too. It's awesome. You guys made something cool, and I'm very grateful to be a part of it. Truly.
Well, it's the folks in the chat and the folks listening that make it cool. We appreciate everybody being here.
Yes, really. Thank you, chat. Like I said, that's not super fun to talk about, but you folks made it super fun to talk about. You had good questions and good feedback, and we'll get through this together. It'll be cool.
And I love to break down the size a little bit. I think that's pretty wise.
Yeah, I don't. Some people switch to sim in this moment. That doesn't do anything for me. Because I'll just get like, I just won't. I just won't care as much. I need to have at least a little skin in the game, but you know, cut the size in half for at least a week. Focus on base hits instead of like, I don't know, man. That big stat, the stat that killed me was that zero point 0.5 profit factor. It's just, my trades are coming back in my face. And, but my May to MFE was not bad.
No.
So I'm just missing base hits. So the market is, so that's the way that I can go through my stats and kind of see that and know that about myself is if the market was allowing me to reach higher targets, that wouldn't be coming back in my face like that. So it's giving me base hits. I'm just not taking them. So maybe this is a time when I just need to size down, go back to base hits. And maybe that's the trade for me now for, who knows how long. So.
Well, that's right. And it's better than the alternative. I've seen so many traders have a bad week, and a bad week is nothing in this business, but to have a bad week and then come back doing the opposite of what you're doing, saying, okay, I'm going to double up on my positions, and I'm going to get it back, right? I mean, this is revenge trading. That's not a good thing, man.
Nope. And I've certainly done that in the past. I've learned that lesson the hard way, just like every lesson I've ever learned, probably. My parents can speak to that. They remind me of that all the time. But yeah, I learned not to do that because you get yourself in even more of a mental problem. If you put on a trade and you're already freaked out by how big it is, that's not a good position to be in.
For sure. And just to address the crowd about order flow volume profile, you can get order flow volume profile many different places, including in the NinjaTrader platform, including Stowe's set up through Order Flow Labs. So you have different options to get it. You're not stuck getting it here if you don't want. And so if the $60 isn't worth it, then look for other places to get it. You can get something similar in other places.
Yep.
But I'm sticking with you, brother.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I feel good. I was a little worried about today, but yeah, thinking about it was a long weekend thinking about that. When you have a bad week, it can make for a long weekend and thinking about how to address it. And
yeah. Well, and I get a base hit, then maybe you'll steal second, and then maybe the next one will be a double. That's the way to go, man.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah. And so the other thing I just wanted to point out, I don't want to get too overly excited about this, but I don't know how many other places I've been in my career listening to other traders and watching other traders. Transparency is like one of the biggest things that you could have to kind of become more legitimate, right? I mean, so many folks out there are like, yeah, I took this trade. No, you didn't. I mean, come on, man.
Yep.
Anyway.
That's a very common thing too. And it's like, I don't know. It's a big space. There's a lot of people in general that you can stumble into and follow. And I think it's important. And that's why I feel like I want to set that example for that like you should be, if you're listening to somebody talk they should at least be honest about the trades that they're taking. And, and I mean, you guys watched me every day last week suck 1,000 butts. So the executions were there too. I personally won't be going back to watch those, but if you wanted to, you could.
Well, and Jeff in the chat says, good to see you, Jeff, by the way. Yell, dwell, learn, move on. I think that's right.
That's pretty good. Yep.
All right. Well, I am bullish on Stowe. Stowe, I appreciate you being here with us today, finishing out the morning. We're going to be back this afternoon with NinjaTrader Live at 2:30, and I do believe we have Leo and Nick for a tick.
Yep.
Trading close. I got that right?
I think so. Pretty sure. I haven't talked to him yet about that, but I assume that's the normal. Unless something changed.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It is for sure. So 2:30 East Coast time. Hot commodities first with Tracy. Not me though. I'm not going to be here this afternoon. It'll be Tracy and Mike Burke. Mike Burke is fabulous, by the way. If you haven't met him, you need to meet him. And then right after
Mike's
that,
on. That's cool. Okay. Awesome.
Then right after that, Leo and Nick. And looking forward to watching this afternoon session. In the meantime, again, thanks again, Stowe. And we will see everybody in a couple hours. Take care.
Sounds good. Later, guys.